And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And switching over to the other screen. Let's go here. All right. So nice to see everybody. We are about to watch more scenes from the Depp trial and talk about a variety of different things throughout the stream, and hope everybody's having a good weekend. And now we will go watch that now.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying in that deposition that you were present for, referring to Mr. Depp, quote, his controlling nature, jealousy and suspiciousness, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and violent and indulgent temper? Do you recall him using those terms to describe Mr. Depp?
I remember thinking that would be an inappropriate impression for a treating provider of a different person to give, but I do recall him making that statement.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that if he pushed her, she was going to push him back? And I never had the impression that she was the provocateur, but that she was indicating to me she had a hard time, de-escalating these types of situations.
Yes.
Okay. And do you also recall him saying that she didn't say she pushed him, she just said, I got right back up? She told me that he pushed her down and she got right back up.
I remember him saying that. Ms. Heard told him that, yes.
And do you recall him testifying, you could interpret it that way? I kind of interpret it more, metaphorically, that when somebody comes at her, she goes back at them, in a similar way, whether it's verbally or she protects herself. Do you recall that?
I recall something along those lines, but it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition, so the specifics are not fresh in my mind.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan specifically testifying that he believed Amber Heard when she reported the physical abuse by Mr. Depp?
I recall him saying that and following it up with a statement that you have to take the patient at their word when you're the therapist.
You recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he believed her? That he found her believable?
Yes, that he found her believable.
Okay. Now, you also testified about Amy Banks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And before we go there, Dr. Cowan has been a clinical psychologist for 40 years, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he testified to that, didn't he, in the deposition?
I don't recall.
And he also saw Amber Heard for over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
From 2014, approximately August 2014 to 2016, correct?
Yes, he did.
For a period of time, would you agree? Okay. And he also testified that he did not diagnose Amber with borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
He also testified that he doesn't use diagnoses, but yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that it was those words were in his notes, but he said he had written that down, but then he discounted it and determined that that was not correct for her?
Oh, you want to approach?
All right, now let's jump to Amy Banks. Dr. Banks is a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, she went to medical school at Georgetown, and she did her psychiatric training at Harvard Medical School, correct?
I believe that's correct. I don't recall 100%.
All right, and she was a psychiatrist in Massachusetts that Amber Heard had reached out to
Yes.
after the Australia incident to try to help her relationship with Mr. Depp, correct? Let me back up. You attended Dr. Banks' deposition as well, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Banks testified to that, correct?
I don't remember if she testified to that. I don't have the notes right in front of me or the deposition transcript.
All right. Do you control?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that they had physical altercations and his drug use had escalated and Amber felt she was at risk?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that Amber was reporting the violence by Mr. Depp, and it was not consensual.
I recall Dr. Banks stating that Ms. Heard was reporting violence to her, yes. I do not recall a statement about consent.
Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that there was discussion about Mr. Depp cutting off his finger, and she said only that it was a middle of one of these very kind of out-of-control escalated fights, and that did make a fairly big impact on me?
I remember something like that.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying it was a whole other level? As I remember, it told to me he actually cut off a part of his finger during one of these altercations, meaning, to me, the way I digested that, if you will, was that things had gotten particularly out of control.
I do not recall that exact statement. I'm not saying it didn't occur, I just can't recall it.
All right. And you recall that Mr. Depp was in sessions with Ms. Heard with Dr. Banks, correct?
Yes. My understanding, however, is that they met with Dr. Banks, and then it was primarily Ms. Heard meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right.
Gracious greetings, Eugene. Oh, very nice to see you. It's great to see you on the spaceship, and I hope you're having a good evening. And thanks for being here. What we do a lot of times, not all the time, is we watch these trials and react to them and talk about a variety of different things also throughout the stream. It's kind of like what we did before, but with a lot of trial stuff mixed in with it. So hope you're having a nice Sunday, and thank you for being here.
And do you recall Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of the violence that she knew existed in the relationship?
I do recall that, and it would be impossible to know that violence exists as a treating therapist or as a psychologist. Again, we're not investigators. However, I do recall that she said that because I remember having that thought.
And do you recall Amy, and she's a psychiatrist, right?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And do you recall Amy Banks saying that it was clear to her that Mr. Depp was the one who initiated the violence?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do you recall that Dr. Banks said that she knew for certain that Mr. Depp was the one who had committed the violence because Ms. Heard reported it in the presence of Mr. Depp and he did not contradict?
I do not recall that.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Banks ultimately concluded that it was her belief that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
There, you want to approach this?
Yeah, and right now this is Amber Heard's attorney, and recently there was a trial where Judge Penny did another trial recently. One of the reasons why I'm playing it again is we played it earlier this year, and I'm playing it again because Judge Penny recently did another very good trial. It was a criminal trial, and she sentenced this evil couple that did a murder to prison, rightfully so. And this was the psychologist and Amber Heard's very goofy attorney that is silly, unprofessional. That is what we are observing right now. And they're taking a sidebar, but then they'll be back for more nonsense. Right.
Is your answer to that last one? And what was your answer to that last one? I'm sorry.
I think I can't recall, but I also can't recall that last question.
Do you recall that Dr. Banks concluded that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed the records of Laurel Anderson and you reviewed her deposition, is that correct?
Let me refresh my memory for a moment. I reviewed Dr. Anderson's deposition, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she reported that Amber Heard had reported physical violence by Mr. Depp to her?
I recall that she said that Ms. Heard had reported that, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she said that it changed over time?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay, and do you recall Dr. Anderson saying that she had witnessed her face being bruised after the December 15, 2015 incident?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that, okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said that Amber had reported that he had pulled out her hair, bruised her face, kicked her leg, and hit her in the head?
Yes, Ms. Heard did report that to her according to her testimony.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber Heard said that Mr. Depp was scaring her?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said she believed that Amber Heard was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I recall, no, I don't recall that statement.
All right, let's go to Bonnie Jacobs. You said that you reviewed the notes from Bonnie Jacobs, correct?
Yes.
And what you testified to was that you discounted these because the first notes from Bonnie Jacobs indicated that she already had all of these symptoms.
Oh, I think that we've talked about it here a few months ago. We talked about it here, about that movie. And I think Steven Spielberg knows a lot about the aliens and stuff behind the scenes. So I think that, I certainly am going to see it. I think it's my opinion from what I researched about it, an accurate depiction about what is going on. All right. And with the extraterrestrials, he seems to know some insider information, and I look forward to seeing it. Yeah, he did War of the Worlds and help with Transformers, and I think those movies have accuracy about the extraterrestrials that are out there, in my opinion. Also, aliens that could be fallen angels, too, as well. I think that is. The Super Bowl trailer looked different. Yeah, right, yeah. And I watched the Super Bowl, and yeah, I saw the trailer a couple of months ago, and also saw it at the Super Bowl. Yeah, it definitely, it does look different. Yeah, the other night we were talking about a case from Russia, and these people were hiking on a trail, and they were found in this very bizarre state with all their clothes and shirt, underwear, all in bad spot. They looked like they were mauled by something, but it wasn't natural looking. So there's different theories that the Soviet government may have done something to them, or it was some sort of a Yeti thing, or UFOs. There's different theories about what happened. We were talking about that yesterday, and we'll tell you about the case, the Dyatlov Pass incident. That's what it's called, and explain to you what that is. And we're still talking about this alien movie, by the way. I just want to catch you up on something that we were doing. And let's go here. Let's put all that right there. Okay. All right. The Dyatlov Pass incident was a mysterious death of 9 Soviet hikers on the slopes of Koholat Saikal. Probably pronounced that wrong. In the northern Ural Mountains in February 1959, led by Igor Dyatlov. The group consisted of experienced students and graduates from Ural Polytechnical Institute. Discovery. When the group failed to return, a search party discovered a scene that fueled decades conspiracy theories. The tent, found slashed open from the inside, most of the group's gear included shoes, coats, was left behind despite temperatures as low as -30 Celsius. The bodies. The first 5 victims were found within a mile of the tent, some in their underwear or socks, suggesting they fled in a panic. Grisly injuries. While most died of hypothermia, some bodies found months later in a nearby ravine had severe internal trauma, crushed chests, fractured skulls, and comparable to a high-speed car crash. Yet with no external soft tissue or damage, one victim was missing her tongue and eyes. Very bizarre, grisly scene. Original Soviet inquest vaguely concluded that the group died from compelling natural force. Modern research has provided more specific explanations: the slab avalanche. The 2021 study Communications, Earth, and Environment used computer modeling to show that a slab of snow could have been triggered by a combination of hikers cut into the slope and strong katabatic winds. This would explain the sudden flight and specific internal crushing injuries. Military testing. Some speculate that the group stumbled into a secret Soviet weapons test, citing reported sightings of orange spheres in the sky and trace radiation to some clothing. Infrasound. A theory popularized by Donnie H.R. suggests wind around the mountains create a low-frequency sound waves that can induce extreme panic and physical distress, causing the hikers to flee their tent. Russia's conclusion is that avalanche was responsible for the case remains a public fascination, and another part of this is about the UFOs. UFO theory regarding the Dyatlov Pass incident gained prominence primarily due to statements from the lead Soviet investigator and numerous reports of unidentified aerial phenomena in the region at the time. The core to this theory rests on multiple sightings of strange lights in the sky during February and March 1959. Independent witnesses, a group of hikers approximately 50 kilometers, 31 miles south of the incident, reported seeing strange orange spheres in the northern sky, and the night the group died. You see, there's orbs that we know exist. Whatever they are, they're there. And that is apparently, sounds like, was being spotted during those incidences. And there's orbs, or UFOs flying around, and possibly this could have some alien abduction implication to it. Widespread sightings. Similar glowing orbs were observed by the military and the meteorology service in the Ivdel adjacent areas throughout that period. Physical anomalies. Proponents point to the deep brown, tan, or orange color of the hikers' skin noticed at their funerals, though experts note that this is a characteristic change for bodies exposed to severe frost. The investigator's testimony. Lev Ivanov, the official who led the original 1959 investigation, significantly fueled these theories decades later. In 1990 article, he claimed he had been ordered to censor his findings. Eugene said Woodward TV did a video and he had the image of the whatever it was captured on camera and said, "Why are these things always blurry?" Oh yeah, yeah, I know. And I do think there are lots of hoaxes out there, and there are known hoaxes. I do think there are real sightings, in my opinion, and maybe sometimes if there are real sightings with blurry footage, if that is true, the reason that would be hypothetically is they got caught off guard. The camera was grainy. It was zoomed in closely. A couple different reasons, but or if it was from a long time ago. But yeah, besides that, I understand. Yeah, I agree. Uh, it's kind of always cliche. It's always grainy, and say with the Bigfoot pictures, it could look like someone wearing a suit. Now, yet last night with some other people in another chat, I was talking about Bigfoot, and we were discussing how Bigfoot must have been, if it it does exist, it has underground networks. Uh, I've discussed with some of our friends about it being interdimensional, if it is real. But yeah, there's possibly underground tunnels it could go into if it's real. If it's not just somebody in a suit somewhere, wearing a costume. So yeah, I do. That's a good point to make, Eugene. Yes. All right. Lev Ivanov, the official who led the original 1959 investigation, fueled those theories and the heat ray hypothesis. Ivanov suggested that the hikers' injuries were caused by heat ray or unknown powerful energy source directed at them. Censorship allegations. He stated that unusual char marks on trees near the bodies supported the idea of an external energy source, but these details were suppressed by higher authorities. Official stance. Ivanov explicitly wrote that the base of his evidence to the role of UFOs in the tragedy was quite obvious. Alternative explanations for UFOs. For those, if it's not a UFO, these are the other options. Modern analysts suggest these orange spheres may have been man-made rather than extraterrestrial missile testing. Documented Soviet missile tests occurred during the period, and it's widely believed that the fireballs seen by witnesses were actually the results of these tests. Military debris. Some theories, including a local politician in 1990, argue that the falling debris from the failed rocket tests, not aliens, caused panic and damaged the hiker's tent. Toxic fumes. Newer theories suggest that failed rockets could have released toxic fumes, contributing to hikers' disoriented, sudden flight testing. So, that is a theory about a case that we've been looking into in Russia. Let's see. Directed by Steven Spielberg, the disclosure, some more information about it, is described as an event film that explores the global aftermath of humanity finally receiving undeniable proof of extraterrestrial life. Right, the core plot of the movie focuses on ontological shock of worldwide revelation rather than a traditional alien invasion. The story centers on a specific moment when the government secrets, long shrouded in mystery, are threatened with release. The whistleblower narrative. Josh O'Connor plays a man attempting to leak these materials to 7 billion people simultaneously, claiming that the truth belongs to everyone. Global reaction. The film shifts away from Spielberg's more hopeful classical E.T. encounters, which I like the E.T. movie. I saw the rerun of it in the early 2000s, I saw the rerun of E.T. That movie, by the way. All right. Toward a darker, high stakes thriller exploring the global panic, media scrutiny, and political instability. That's a reason why, in my opinion, they didn't release information about extraterrestrials if they are real, of like they could have. I mean, with the Epstein files, it took a minute for them to release the information that they should have released long ago. And yeah, there would be a public panic and concern because they have technology that's far more superior to ours, and it's would cause some people to be upset. So I think the way they're doing this, the kind of more easier way, would be how they want it to be, uh, because people might get upset. But I do believe people should know what's going on with the aliens, and if there's some right way to do it, I hope they get it done at some point. Mysteries and fan theories. All right, secret sequel. Because June 12 release aligns with the 50th anniversary of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, many fans speculate it could be a secret sequel or a spiritual successor exploring the consequences of those earlier encounters. Non-human intelligence, NHI. Trailers show strange wildlife behavior, deer, cardinals, and leading to theories that the aliens may be non-human intelligence already living among us through nature. Possession and messages. Emily Blunt's character is a meteorologist, appears to be physically, perhaps maybe possessed or used to emit clicking sounds in a live broadcast. You see, that was very eerie in the trailer when they were showing the people making those clicking noises, and really is unsettling, and how the mass mind control of what the aliens were doing, almost like the alien is an entity, like a spirit of some kind. All right, some additional information about it is screenplay written by David Coop, who previously collaborated with Spielberg on Jurassic Park, War of the Worlds. Cinematography. Janusz Kaminsky returns to cinematographer, likely bringing the signature Spielberg glow to the high contrast visuals. And music. John Williams is scoring the film, marking the duo's 30th feature film collaboration. All right, and yeah, so that's information about that movie. It's just like facts that may have not been known about it. Okay, let's see. Beyond, let's see, Bigfoot, Sasquatch sightings have been a staple. So just explaining some about Bigfoot sightings for those who may not be familiar with them. Bigfoot sightings have been a staple of the North American folklore for over a century. While thousands of reports exist, several key encounters have shaped the modern legend. Patterson Gimlin film, 1967, shot at Bluff Creek, California. This 59-second clip remains the most iconic evidence. It depicts a female Sasquatch nicknamed Patty walking across a sandbar and looking back at the camera. The Siege of Ape Canyon, 1924. A group of gold prospectors near Mount St. Helen claimed they were attacked by 7-foot-tall ape men who pelted their cabin with boulders all night. The incident was so famous that the gorge was officially named Ape Canyon. These are just some different ones. Okay, the William Rowe encounter, 1955. Walking while hiking in British Columbia, Recently, there was a shooting in British Columbia, by the way, and Rowe claimed to see a 6 foot tall creature with silver tipped hair. This detailed affidavit is often cited as the birth of a modern Bigfoot description. All right, the Albert Ostman's abduction. A prospector claimed he was kidnapped for his sleeping bag by Bigfoot and held captive by his family of creatures for weeks before escaping. All right, no more modern encounters is all right. Paul Freeman film, 1994. A former U.S. Forest patrolman captured shaky footage of what he claimed were multiple Bigfoots in Washington Blue Mountains. He discovered hundreds of footprints featuring a mid-tarsal break, which some anthropologists believed indicates a non-human foot structure. Provo Canyon, 2012, a viral YouTube video shows a large dark figure hunched over in the trees that suddenly stands upright, causing the hikers to flee immediately. Mississippi Skunk Ape, 2013. Hunter Josh Highcliffe filmed a massive reddish-brown creature tearing apart a cypress stump in a swamp. It is often cited as one of the clearest modern videos. All right, and let's see some arguments about the Bigfoot not being real and then being real. Okay. And right now we are solving a mystery of the Bigfoot. All right, these are what the skeptics say about Bigfoot. Skeptics and scientists point to several major hurdles when debunking the existence of Bigfoot. Here are the primary arguments for why these sightings are likely fakes or misidentifications. All right. Lack of physical evidence. The body problem. Despite centuries of sightings and no remains, bones, teeth, or hair have ever been recovered, in biological ecosystem, scientists expect to find evidence of a breeding population of large primates. And DNA failures. Hair samples submitted for the testing usually turn out to be from known animals. A major study published in the Royal Society Annals that 30 Bigfoot hair samples found they came from bears, horses, wolves, and even prehistoric polar bear, but nothing unknown. And proven hoaxes, costume theory. Ray Wallace tracks after the death of a logger. Yes, the interdimensional beings, which I think is what they are, is, for instance, there's different, you know, us say we believe in God. God exists not necessarily like people think, like literally like sitting on a cloud somewhere, which God is upward somehow. It's upward. Hell is downward. But there's some other dimension that they exist, or say like ghosts and spirits, things of that nature. That the Bigfoot is somehow connected to that. You know, that is something that SC and I thought about a couple of years ago. We came up with that. It's from some other dimension, and it kind of comes through this dimension into the other dimension. Right. And then after I read this part, I'm going to get to the part where they may be real. So it's like, this is why people think they're not real, and then we'll go to why people think they are real. And to get an idea of what we're dealing with here. All right. Ray Wallace tracks. After the death of a logger, Ray Wallace, in 2002, his family revealed he had used wooden stompers to create the massive footprints that sparked the 1950s Bigfoot craze. The suit argument. Many experts include Bob Hieronymus Hieronymus have claimed to be the man in the suit during the 1967 Patterson Glimlin film. Skeptics argue that the muscles movements seen in the film could easily be simulated by padding or specific fabric folds. All right, psychological factors, misidentification. Pareidolia is the human tendency to familiarize patterns like faces or figures and random stimuli in a dark forest or mossy stump. Distorted shadow is interpreted as a squatting creature. I've been outside and I thought I saw a cat or a creature, but it's just a stump or a box. So I've had my moments of seeing things like that. And the bear effect. Black bears are often seen standing in their hind legs to get a better view or smell from a distance or in a low light. A standing bear is a dead ringer for a bipedal ape. Search image. Once the person believes in Bigfoot, their brain is primed to look for it, leading to false positives, where every snapped twig is attributed to a monster. Right. Now let's see why it is real. Arguments for it being real. Arguments. While skeptics are allowed, believers in Sasquatch just point to specific reasons why it is real. Experts entomological analysts. The mid-tarsal break. Anthropologist Dr. Grover Kratz and Dr. Jeff Meldrum of Idaho State University have analyzed thousands of footprints. They argue that many tracks show mid-tarsal break, a joint flexibility seen in primates but absent in humans, creating a fake footprint with anatomical features would require sophisticated knowledge of primate biomechanics. Dermal ridges. Some footprint casts, such as one from Paul Freeman, appear to show dermal ridges, fingerprints, or for feet. Proponents argue that these patterns are consistent with primate skin and nearly impossible to forge in remote forest floors. So the way that the footprint is very hard to fake, allegedly. Consistent eyewitness accounts, cross-culture folklore. Long before 1950s Bigfoot craze, indigenous cultures across North America described similar beings such as Sasquatch, Coast Sauch, or Buckwus. Believers argue it is unlikely that dozens of unconnected tribes would invent the same biological entities. Like I was saying yesterday, that something I was looking into about probably a year ago or so, we were seeing how the Romans saw flying ships in the sky, and they saw strange phenomena in the sky that would predate our modern technology, and many ancient peoples claim that they see these type of extraterrestrial beings of some kind or flying ships. I'm sure there's other explanations, but I think that when you have something predating us and they're talking about these certain creatures and people are still seeing them, that could give more credibility to it being real. As we crack this mystery. Professional witnesses. Many reports come from highly credible individuals, including park rangers, law enforcement officers, and search and rescue pilots, who are trained observers of the wilderness and claim to see something that was definitively not a bear. Definitely not a bear, I should say. Audio evidence. The Sirius sounds recorded in 1970s by Ron Moorhead. These tapes feature complex, high-pitched vocalizations and samurai chatter. Independent linguists have analyzed the tapes and claimed the vocal range and frequencies are outside the capabilities of the human larynx. Interesting. So if there are sounds being produced from a creature from its mouth that humans cannot replicate, that gives more credibility to it as well. That there's an idiosyncratic nature to these alleged beings. There's the Jai. This is a word that looks like a sentence. Okay. Gigantopithecius theory. The leading scientific theory for its existence is that Bigfoot is a descendant of the Gigantop. Oh, this is an even more complicated word. Okay. Gigantopithecius blackie. Or black eye. Which I think is blackie instead. A massive extinct ape from Asia that could have crossed the Bering Land Bridge. Okay, so it might be an extinct prehistoric ape thing. Like a hominid. Okay. A hominid is like it's an ape creature, but it has some humanoidic ways about it. It's like a human, but it's not really a human, if that makes any sense. It's like a caveman, or like a primitive caveman of some kind. They were far from primitive, by the way. They're very advanced, making tools and technology, but from the scale of from compared to us, we're far more advanced than they are, but very advanced for its time. Undiscovered species believers point that the large animals are still being discovered, such as the Sayola 92 and Billy Ape in 2003. By the way, gorillas were thought to be a cryptid. It was a cryptid. The gorilla is a cryptid. That was proven to be true. As we've talked about cryptids before, and there was a time where we were going through all the different ones, and another thing that occurred with the cryptids is that the ape is one of the cryptids that existed a long time ago. So by doing that, there are cryptids that can be real that haven't been discovered yet. So I said the gorilla was thought to be fake. It was thought to be a mythological creature, but it's true. So, and these other apes were found, so it could be either a species of some kind that wasn't detected, or it's some interdimensional being, or both. As there could be truth in the middle. They argue that the vast rugged terrain of the Pacific Northwest or the Borough Forest provides enough cover for highly intelligent, reclusive primates to evade capture. Another thing that we're talking about, like on Friday, was about skunks, because Doe saw us, one of our friends, saw a skunk from outside, but she was inside looking outside, and I thought there would be skunks where I am, but there isn't any. So I looked it up, and there were skunks in my region in the 30s, nearly 100 years ago, but there was a fur trade, and another thing happened where there could be a very tiny minority group of skunks that live in the city somewhere, but they're very, 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 very secluded. The last sightings of a skunk here was in 30 to 40 years ago. So in the 80s and 90s, there was a skunk sightings here, but I've never seen any or heard any, but they still could, say somewhere in the yard, right? There's a burrow somewhere, or inside of a tree, or in a dense woodlands. There could be some lurking around, but I've never seen any. Nor I don't really want to. They're very cute looking, but I don't really want to encounter one though. So in a way, I'm glad that they're not really around that much at all. Yeah. But so there's, I mean, there's animals from 100 years ago that got extinct that were cool animals that shouldn't have been extinct, and then they pop up and out of nowhere. Recently in Europe, I think there is these little cats that were supposed to be extinct that came back. So yeah, they can resurface. They could be around. So circling back to the main point is that with Bigfoot, it could be an extinct or a ancient ape creature that is just very scarce that pops up here and there. Argue that vast rugged terrain of the Pacific Northwest of boreal forest provides enough for highly intelligent reclusive primates to evade capture. All right, let's see. Explain how it's interdimensional. Let's see. The theory that so this is the interdimensional theory rather than a blood animal is often used to explain, okay, the reason why interdimensional is often used to explain why, despite decades of searching, we have never found a body, a nest, or definitive DNA. This theory moves away from biology and into the realm of quantum physics and highly strangeness, and here are the core arguments for the interdimensional hypothesis. All right. The Vanishing Act. Many witnesses reported seeing a Sasquatch clearly, only for it to disappear instantly. An open field or behind a tree is far too small to hide. And if somebody was masquerading as a Bigfoot, unless they knew some secret way to do it, it'd be hard for a human to fake that too. Believers suggest that these creatures can phase out our visible spectrum or step through portals or windows in space and time. Evidence. Hello, Jenny. Welcome to the stream. And hello there. It's nice to see you. And hope you're having a good Sunday. And what we are doing is we are hanging out, talking about some of the conspiracy theories and looking at the Depp trial too at the same time. The evidence. The tracker reports often described footprints that simply stop in the middle of a clear path with no signs of the creature jumping or turning back. All right. Association with UFOs. A significant number of Bigfoot sightings occur in the same time and place as UFO UAP sightings. So the theory is that the Bigfoot sightings and the UFO UAP sightings happen simultaneously with each other. The Stan Gordon files. Paranormal researcher Stan Gordon documents the 1973 Pennsylvania wave where witness claimed to see Bigfoot creatures walking near glowing orbs or landing grass. The connection. This leads to the theory that Sasquatch may be dropped off by the craft or that they utilize the same dimensional rifts that UFOs allegedly use to travel. Psychic and sensory anomalies. Witnesses often reported strange physical and mental effects during the encounter that aren't typical of a normal animal encounter. Jenny says there's so much that we have yet to learn of the universe and beyond. Exactly, and the universe is certainly an ocean of secrets all over the infinite galaxy as it constantly expands. And I do think that just as people hundreds and hundreds of years ago in Europe and other parts of the world didn't know about if we were the center of the universe or not, there's different theories about like what's inside your body and etc. So I think there are still things to figure out, and over time we will learn more about this universe, how it works, and there's billions of stars that we haven't even seen. Jenny, one night, one of the friends on here, Passion, we were talking about the space, about Mars, and different things like that. So it would take about, unless they come up with something very soon, it would take about 500 years or so for travel and colonization of other planets and star systems, and a little bit more further for it to be more fluid like Star Wars. Like maybe they say 1,000 years to be more like Star Wars, but if they could figure out a way to bend time and space, rather than going the speed of light, to bend time and space and kind of glide on the space like gliding on a race car, then we could get to different star systems quicker. Do you think we're the seventh civilization? I think we could be the seventh civilization because seven is a reoccurring number a lot, and I think that is possible. I'm not 100% familiar with it, but from a little bit I know about it, I do think so, judging by number seven that is used a lot. Right. Yeah, there is a lot we have not learned about the universe also. So, yes, and Eugene, I think we are. And because I've studied a little bit about it, it's been a while. But yeah, I think we could be, yes, to answer your question. And yeah, Jenny, on Mars, for instance, if I was doing a live stream from Mars, they prefer people to live underground on Mars because of the radiation. But if we're able to live on top of Mars in like a hive of 3D printed house thing, what we would do, or I or you or anybody, there would be a 20-minute delay. So if I was streaming this from Mars, there would be a 20-minute delay in the chat. So Eugene or you or the others talking to me be 20 minutes. So there has to be a point, a satellite point somewhere in the middle for it to transmit quicker so it could be more live like we are right now. So it can stream from Mars to here, but it would have to be some things that would be put in place for it to be more like how we do it on Earth. And there would be these solar blasts that would hit Mars and getting into a safe spot. And I looked up the whole thing, like how you would make a very thick, dense, like a cocoon, a hive type thing to enclose yourself from the radiation from Mars. Now, and it can be done. And there are, Elon Musk is going to have people go to Mars at some point. It won't be like colonization, or like Star Wars type stuff, but it'll be a step in that direction. Now, going there is a way to make Mars like Earth, and there's theories that Mars was like Earth at one time. I see a planet like a machine. In my opinion, I believe in God and a higher power, and a planet's like a machine. So in its core, there's this. It has to be boiled and heated, so beyond boiled, of course, or blown up in its core, like something powerful to start the engine of the core, and that would cause Mars to become with our technology now, which we don't even have. This theoretical technology doesn't exist yet. About 1,000 years or so, Mars would look like Earth. It has water. It would have land. It would have many different regions and seas and like how Earth is. There's evidence that Mars at one time was like that. Oh, hello, Glow. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good Sunday. And there's these theories that Mars, was like Earth at one time. There's really, really big theories out there that people would think is far out, that Mars was at one time had people on it and they went over to Earth billions of years ago. I mean, billions of years ago, I don't know what happened billions of years ago. So, I mean, it's anyone's guess, really. So, it's interesting to ponder. But yeah, the Mars and these different star systems that exist out there are used. We'll get there at some point in the future. But look, if they could find a way to do it quicker, we could do it tomorrow. There just has to be some breakthrough in technology for it to happen. But yeah, that is some interesting facts about Mars and the different star systems. And there's a way in the future when they get the proper technology to do it, could be 1,000 years from now or so. Just as we are talking on these computers and these phones and tablets, people in the past were, writing on their doves and writing on scrolls and things like that. So, 1,000 years from now, there's a way they might get these Dyson plates and they'll put it all around the sun and harvest all the sun's energy and bring it to Earth. Okay, and by doing that, they'll be able to harness infinite amount of energy to power everything. So as I looked into the theories about what the future would bring, and that's what they may be getting into, because we got into this technology in the past. They didn't have this technology, but I do think magic and sorcery may have been used for the type of technology we have now. Explaining this by saying, like, they had, like, Hollywood, for instance, is like a holly tree, and it's like a wand, right? They would use that with, and now you have like a television, it's like telling a vision, and they have different channels, like channeling something. So there's the Spanish were watching allegedly from a globe, a crystal ball of the Spanish fleet being destroyed. That's like a live stream. So I don't know if it's possible that those magic that people used in the past could have been used. Although, as I said, we don't I don't support doing sorcery, of course, but that's maybe a technology from the fallen watchers that they gave them, the gods that they gave them that type of technology. That is something that I was thinking could be a thing. Moki, good evening. I hope that you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. It's very nice to have you as always. We're talking about conspiracy theories. All right, Jenny says, yeah, I always think about trying to explain someone the early available tech that we have today, even just 100 years ago. We can't really fathom what will be centuries to come. Yeah, Jenny, exactly. And Moki says to Eugene that she's excited about the movie. And there are these all this different technology that and I believe God revealed visions to people and prophets of the past. I believe that God revealed different visions and things, and angels did stuff. So that is similar to our technology we have now. So 100 years ago, let's do this. 100 years ago, they had technology that today, my grandparents, some of my grandparents, not some of my grandparents, some of my grandparents don't completely understand everything about the technology that we have today. So, I mean, back in the times of they had the phones and the telegraphs. Even Abraham Lincoln himself would not fathom completely the technology we have now. They would be able to understand it when it was explained to them, but they wouldn't be completely able to comprehend like what we have today. So 100 years from now, we're going to have some, as I said, I'm sure there's going to be like a screen that floats and you could just press an app and put it here and put something there, or be like you're actually inside of something. So definitely I think that will be a progress that they'll make at some point. Yeah, shout out to all of you, and it's very nice to have you here, Eugene, as well. I appreciate you, and everybody, welcome. Oh, you're welcome, Jenny. It's an honor. I I like to give out the wrenches to those that I know and are cool with the spaceship, and it's a see because it's earned and it's also from people that I know. Two things go into play, and I appreciate you being here, and you're very welcome. I miss the wrenches too. I I yesterday I was talking about a wrench, but we don't have wrenches anymore. We have shields, so that's what it is now. And and by the way, you can and Jenny, you could click on a user and you could find their channel. Uh, that's something that is really cool. Like Eugene has a channel and he makes a very cool music, and he came out with something new the other day, and I liked the video. And yeah, his you click on him and you can find him if you like to. And also, you could share links yourself because people, by the way, could share a link in the chat if you wanted to about something. And Eugene says, "Brain chips probably. I keep thinking about the Matrix with AI." Yeah, yeah. Uh, Definitely with AI is a gray area where it has, yeah, facts. Oh yeah, very good. He's getting close to 100 subs. You know, he's doing great. He keeps on doing it, and he's doing excellent. Yeah, and I encourage all my friends that did YouTube channels that to just keep on doing it. And everybody that I know of that did YouTube channels, that I encourage to do them, they, you know, either close to the 100 peak or they're over it. So yeah, just keep on being persistent is important. Oh, thank you, Moki. I am so excited. And you, Moki, you have the greatest links on the internet. I really, they're awesome. You, brilliant, truly a blessing of the links, and you in general. Yeah, I'm very excited. So, yeah, facts. And also, we have with AI, Eugene. Remember one time Sarah and I were talking about the AI, how uh, they can I use it for different things, but it can be used for good or bad. And some people talk to Chat GPT, and there is an entity talking through it that was claiming to be from the Great Flood, from the Bible, and it was really it was independent of Satan, but it was related to him, and it was kind of spooky. And you could ask it any question. That's what people were from Chat GPT were talking to. So spirits, and they've done tests with it. Spirits can talk through them. There could be good ones and bad ones. AI said. So it can be. It reminds me of the closest thing to the Terminator, which very brilliant movies. They're excellent. I think that the AI is the what the Terminator thing was warning about. But at the time, yeah, robots can exist that could do those things, but the type of artificial intelligence is also through the computers, etc. So I think AI can be used for many great things, and making artwork and making figuring out problems. I use it pretty much every day, and it can be used for. I don't do this personally. It's no problem if people do this for it, but people can make music with it, and I've heard some of the music. It sounds pretty cool. Now Timbaland, the artist who worked with One Republic, I've been to his live streams before. He has not done it in like nearly a year, and some people from there came to this channel, and uh, basically what they did was they with the channel of he was talking about this new app where people can make artificial intelligence soundtracks and music with it. And he was saying back in his day, if he had that, he could have made so many different things with it. And Mark Zuckerberg was saying with AI, he could have made different apps with it, and people could use that. So the people from like the other time periods wish they would have had the technology we had today. So now I do think AI is in its beginning stages and it needs some improvement because say if you're trying to make something with a word in it, it doesn't quite get it right. It's but it does well with other things in it. It does well with making a picture, etc. But can kind of skew things. So I think as the decades roll, they'll be able to perfect it more and more. Like these scared emojis that I made right there, they were from this. The scared thing didn't come out with AI, but I manually put the letters scared there. That worked. But AI was sometimes gets the words mixed up, but it can make some pretty cool things. Yeah. And I so yeah, I think it's a great tool, but it's a double-edged sword. It can be used for good or bad. And it can be spiritual. It could have spiritual things in it. Witnesses often report strange physical and mental effects. Yeah. Scared. Witnesses often report strange physical and mental effects during an encounter that are typically of normal animal encounter. Infrasound. Some believe Bigfoot emits a low frequency sound that causes the Oz effect, a sudden eerie silence of the woods followed by intense dread, nausea, or paralysis in humans. Telepathy. Some witnesses claim the creature spoke to them mind to mind, warning them to leave the area. Electronic inference like UFOs encounters are often accompanied by the sudden failure of cameras, flashlights, and vehicles. Oh, hello, Aaron. Good evening to you. Welcome to the spaceship. We are talking about all kinds of different theories at the moment that different conspiracy theories, etc., and philosophies and things like that. I hope that you're having a great Sunday. And Aaron, I got sun today. It's been a while since I got sunshine, and I got it, and that's always really cool. And let's see, going this way. Electronic interference. Theory is your favorite, right? All right, electronic interference. Like UFOs, encounters are often accompanied by the sudden failure of cameras, flashlights, and vehicles. Oh, you had sun too, literally Sunday. Yeah, facts. Facts. That is awesome. All right, electronic interference. Like UFOs, encounters are often accompanied by the sudden failure of cameras, flashlights, and vehicles. All right, Jenny says, I live in upstate NY, and there's a small town nearby that has a Sasquatch festival every year. They have cool metal sculptures of Sasquatch with baby on its back in the town. That is really cool. That is awesome. I always think that I never knew about that. And here's the sleepy pirate. Y'all like this? And this is a game I play, and Eugene, in the game, they updated a lot of things with the graphics and stuff in here. It's really cool. And yeah, see, it's raining in the game. It never rained before in the game. Yeah, so looking out that way. And there we go. It's the sleeping pirate. he is back. Okay, and let's go this way. There has been sightings there throughout the years. Oh, okay, okay. And let's see. Whitehall. Okay, and let's see. Explain. Let's see. Tortuga. My husband's nickname is a turtle. Oh, oh, awesome. I like the. That's a cool nickname, turtle. Yeah. So in in Tortuga. Yeah, in Tortuga, this of as I said, they did a lot with this game of with the This is the pirate port, and in this pirate port, there's Captain Jack, by the way, and that's a swamp over where we used to fight the enemies. In there, it's a kind of a spooky bog swamp. Scared. Okay, and we all those cypress trees, all the moss, right? That part I've not always been around, but that definitely looks like in certain parts of my state. Yeah, and yeah, shout out to the turtles. And let's go here. Yes, Eugene is here, and thank you, Mermaid, for everything you do. It was nice uh, chatting with y'all over your great, excellent gaming stream last night. By the way, Mermaid has awesome uh, gaming premieres. It's a very excellent channel. I you could tap those that are mods, which is pretty much everyone in here. You could tap on her profile, and then it'll show you to go to her channel and find it. And at the same time, posting links is fine too, because y'all could do that. And I saw the interview from Survivor Montauk Project Stranger Things. Uh, Project Stranger Things is based on truly strange things. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I've not seen the the interview, but I'll check it out. Thanks. All right, over here we got something really interesting. That's Captain Jack Sparrow, by the way. All right, and Mermaid said, "I hope you guys." I hope you guys are doing good, hungry, and we're now craving shrimp, so I had to get some for tonight. Oh, good, good. I love shrimp is delicious. I love shrimp and special types of sauces that go with it too. Yeah, Stranger Things is very good. All right, that's Captain Jack. Oh, excellent. You see, thanks for subscribing to Mermaid. She is just fantastic, brilliant. All right, and that is Gibbs. All right, and these are some people. They do this. You can talk to different characters and different things like that. All right, and going up this way. All right, that is the moon rising. So enchanting, indeed. I had no idea the Scream 1996 movie was based on real life Glassville Ripper. Oh, I didn't know that either. Oh, we're gonna have to look into this right here. Oh, yeah, that sounds very delicious. Font to tacos. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah. Um, okay, let's go this way. I'll show you my ship. Eugene, I got a couple of new ships, and I'll show you these right here. They're pretty cool. Going out this way. And also, Mermaid, I appreciate you very, very much, and chat as well. All right. Uh, very cool. Very, very cool chat. All right, this is the new ship. It's much, much larger than the one that you saw before. The Golden Goddess. All right, I got that. Yes, Eugene, truth is often stranger in fiction, like the Epstein files, for instance. All right. To go around in the ship, and Moki says hugs to Aaron and Mermaid. Moki, Miranda, well, yeah, shout out to Moki, Miranda, Aaron, and chat. Facts. Okay, and. Oh, you're exhausted, yeah. Scared. 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 All right. Taking out the ships as usual, the enemy ships, okay? And that's the Bloody Bayou. Okay. All right, firing at will. Okay, Aaron, it was good when I'm transition moving. Oh yeah, that's a lot of work. Or that's a lot of work, Mermaid. And Yeah, so that's Driftwood Island. There's some zombies there. We're gonna get some ships, and I'm gonna go to the island. How about this? We'll go to the island right now. I don't want the sun to come up just yet. All right. Right. My the medicine. Oh, okay. And uh, oh yes, understood. Hopefully it helps, and you can go back to feeling better. Okay, and we got some enemies on this island right here. Let's see. Oh, Jenny, I stream every day. I go live every day, and we cover trials and conspiracy theories, all kinds of different things. So yes, I go live every day. So we'll see you soon. Thank you for coming and have a good night. It's very nice meeting you. Meeting you here on the stream. All right, and there's an NPC standing over here. Right there. All right, peace, Jenny. Oh, Moki said, I DoorDash White Castles from Fairmont Street. Oh, good old White Castle. Facts. All right, this is a sunken ship. This is a sunken ship right here. All right, and this is a predator wasp right here. Boom. All right, and the sightings from Whitehall sightings in New York. Aaron's scared. All right. Whitehall, New York is often called the Bigfoot capital of the East Coast, largely due to a series of high profile sightings in the late 70s involving multiple law enforcement officers. The 1976 A Bar Road incident. All right. Bison is good for iron. Look into that. Yeah. Oh, I know about bison. Yeah, it's a very good meat. The most famous event began on August 24, 1976, when three teenagers reported seeing 7 to 8 foot tall hairy beasts in a field of Abair Road. Oh, okay, understood, mermaid. Police witness officer Brian Goslin responded and encountered a creature just 30 feet Just 30 feet away in the spotlight, he later described it as having glowing red eyes and emitting a sound like a pig squealing or a woman screaming. Multiple authorities over the following days, the creature was reportedly seen by several other local officers, a New York State trooper, Washington County deputy, sheriff. Physical evidence. Plaster casts of large footprints were recovered near the site of the encounters. Our connection to interdimensional theories. The white hole sightings are favorite for proponents of interdimensional theory because several high strangeness details, the vanishing in many white hole reports, including more recent ones on Route 4, the creature is seen crossing a guardrail, entering a field only to disappear into the darkness instantly without a trace of its path. Psychic effects. Witnesses like Brian Gosselin described as being overwhelmed by emotionally crushing dread during the encounter. A hallmark of the Oz effect, often linked to interdimensional shifts. Ah, okay, yes, yes, absolutely. Oh, thank you for the link. Let's see. Okay, thank you for the link. I'm going to put it here. Microbiologist testimony who worked for at Area 51 looking after 622-year-old extraterrestrial called Jord. Yes, we talked about that before. Correct. All right. All right, and let's go to. Hello, Delight. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Hope that you're doing well. All right. And psychic effects. Witnesses like Brian Gosselin described. We're talking about Bigfoot and some other in movies and paranormal stuff. Psychic effects. Witnesses like Brian Gosselin described being overwhelmed by an emotionally crushing dread during the encounter, a hallmark of the Oz effect, often linked to the interdimensional shifts, UFO overlap. Local researchers such as Paul Bathromo. A good morning to you too. Yes. Bartholomew. Bartholomew. I know this word from the Pit and the Pendulum. Bartholomew had noted Whitehall sits in a region with historically high concentrations of Bigfoot and UFO sightings, leading to some theorizing that the area contains permanent window or portal. Whitehall today. The town has leaned into its legend, official protection. In 2004, Whitehall passed a law prohibiting the hunting of Bigfoot, officially declaring the town a Bigfoot sanctuary, the official animal. In 2018, the village board voted 4-0 to name Sasquatch Town's official animal. Annual festivals. Every September, the town hosts the Sasquatch Calling Festival featuring researchers, statues, compositions to mimic the creature screams. Okay, and this next one is Mothman. That one is like a demon thing. There's a statue of Mothman, by the way. It's a very peculiar. It's like a dark winged figure, like a moth. Scared. It says if Mothman is king of the woods, Mothman is the king of the high strangeness. The entity is most famously for haunting Point Pleasant, West Virginia, between November 1966 and 1967 and December. The TNT area. The first major sighting occurred on November 15, 1996. The two young couples, the Scaberry Mallet pairs, were driving through a World War II era explosive manufacturing facility, the TNT area, when they saw a man seize the creature with 10-foot wingspan and glowing red eyes. They claimed it chased their car at speeds of to 100 miles per hour. Description: unlike bird or bat, witnesses described it as a clumsy walker that took off straight like a helicopter. It was a charcoal gray or brown, possessed no visible head. Its large, hypnotic red eyes were set directly into its chest or shoulders. The legend took a dark turn on December 15, 1967, when Silver Bridge collapsed during the rush hour, deleting 46 people. The Omen. Following the collapse, sightings of the Mothman and Point Pleasant stopped abruptly. This led to popularity theory. The creature was harboring of doom, appearing to warn or preside over a coming catastrophe. Also was seen around 9/11 too. Interdimensional paranormal links. Mothman is rarely discussed as biological animal. Is almost always linked to the Men in Black MIB. Author John Keel, who wrote The Mothman Prophecies, documented bizarre occurrences during the sightings, including visits from strange men in black suits, phone trapping, and UFO activity. Indrid Cold. Witnesses reported encounters with a telepathic, smiling man named Indrid Cold, the Grimming Man, who appeared around the same time and seemed to be linked to the entity. Whitehall connection. Interestingly, both Whitehall and Point Pleasant are considered window areas, locations where the veil between dimensions is thin, both towns and features. Thank you, Moki, very much. Visit the legend. The Point Pleasant has fully embraced its monster, Mothman statue. A 12-foot metallic statue stands in the center of town. Mothman Museum, a dedicated archive of witness statements and police records. Annual festival held on September, drawing thousands of fans. Ah, okay. Thank you very much, Mookie. I appreciate that. The 1996 horror classic Scream, written by Kevin Williamson, was primarily inspired by the real life region of terror caused by Danny Rolling, notoriously known as the Gainesville Ripper. The real life inspiration. In August 1990, Danny Rolling murdered 5 students in Gainesville, Florida, over the course of 4 days. Wow, that's messed up. Yeah, Moki, that is possible. That I may be trying to get ahead of the curve. That's possible. I do, I think he, through his time of being president, he probably would have mentioned it sooner. So with all the disclosure and stuff coming out, that is a possibility, definitely. Yeah, yeah, Delight. There has been quite a bit of, which I believe they're real, alleged of alien races that have been seen by people. Because Delight, there's people that have had sightings, and you could either maybe you believe they're not true sightings, but there are sightings that people have said they have seen, and like the Greys, for instance. There is the reptilians. There's Nordic aliens allegedly. There are also insectoid aliens. So, and you may think it's fiction, and maybe it is, maybe it isn't, which I believe it's real. But those sightings are what people claim to have seen and or had visions of. And there's also ancient people that had gods and deities that are considered like aliens that match these alien sightings that are seen. So, as I say, you don't have to believe it's real, but those are the alien races that have been described by witnesses. You know, King Solomon described an ant-like people, and that's thought to be possibly of some sort of extraterrestrial. Right. The modus operandi, like the fictional Ghostface, Rolling broke into the homes and utilized psychological terror, often posing as victims in gruesome theatrical ways that shocked the nation. Origin of the mask. The iconic ghost face mask. And Eugene says, I want aliens to look like Alf. Yeah, I know about Alf. Scared. Yeah. All aliens look like that, right? Right. Fun World. While scouting locations, producer Marine Madalena found a mask, a box at a house that we're visiting. It was mass produced at Halloween. Okay, the iconic Ghostface mask is not a costume made for the film. It was found object that became cultural phenomenon. Fun World. While scouting locations, producer Marianne Madalena found the mask in a box at a house they were visiting. It was a mass produced Halloween costume called the Peanut Eyed Ghost, created by a company in Fun World. Oh, okay, that's cool that's coming on. Facts. Artistic influences. The design was originally inspired by Everett Munch painting, the scream, and the ghostly characters in old Betty Boop cartoons. Director Wes Craven fought to keep the mask because of its unique blend of horror and humor. I'm glad that y'all liked it, and it's good it's coming back on. Great. The script's evolution. The Scary Movie in the original work title film, The Scary Movie, it was changed to Scream late production after the Weinstein brothers heard Michael Jackson's song the same name. It felt it mirrored Miracle Impact. Meta horror. Williamson intentionally wrote that the character to be aware of horror movie rules as a tribute to the films he he loved, such as the Hollywood Nightmare of Elm Street. Roger L. Jackson, the voice of Ghost, was primarily Roger L. Jackson to keep the performance authentic. Craven Jackson hid to set actually call the actors on cell phones during their scenes their fear reactions. The Gainesville Ripper, Danny Rowling. Okay, so this is more about the actual case that happened. The true story behind the scream, arguably more terrifying than the film. Danny Rowling, the man who inspired the ghost thriller, was a serial killer who targeted students in Gainesville, Florida in 1990. The trial, Rowling was indicted in November 1991 for the first degree murder of five college students. As jury selection began in February '94, he unexpectedly pleaded guilty to all counts. Oh, Delight, thank you for the upvote, even if you don't always comment. I appreciate that very much, and always very cool, very kind. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Crimes. He was known for his extreme brutality and for staging the victims in grotesque poses intended for maximum shock value. He claimed his motive was to become a superstar similar to Ted Bundy. So this guy was like the Brian Koberger of the '90s. Then the execution. After spending over a decade in death row, Rowling was executed by lethal injection on October 25. Oh, that's spooky because of Halloween. Yeah. On October 25, 2006, at Florida State Prison, he made no official statement, but sang a gospel hymn immediately before his death. Well, the course of Screaming Ghost design is consistent. The mask has undergone subtle technical and narrative challenges throughout the franchise. Scream 1996, known as Gen 1 The Fantastic Face. Mask, it features a slim peanut shaped eyes during filming a second wider mask called the KNB mask. Was used for certain scenes when rights of the original Fun World mask were still being negotiated. Scream 2 97 utilized the Gen 2 mold, which has less curved right eye, a more creased mouth, and more pronounced cheeks to give the 3D look. Scream 3 and 4, 2000 to 2011. The mask shifted from harder, glossy plastic to Scream 3 version, lack of mouth and crease to previous film. Scream 4 features slightly more spaced apart eyes. Scream TV series 2015. Due to copyright issues, the mask was completely rebranded as Lakewood Slasher, a more organic human shaped mask made of vacuum formed plastic with leather connectors. Scream 6 23. The film introduced the age ghost face look. The killers wear the actual mask used by previous ghost faces. Most notably, the weathered, cracked mask originally worn by Billy Loomis in '96. Okay, let's see. The real killer, Lansville Ripper, did not wear the ghost face mask. His disguise. Danny Rolling typically wore a dark military style clothing and sometimes a black ski mask or a hood to hide his face during the break ins. The tactical look. Unlike the theoretical flowing robes in the movie, Rolling's uniform was designed for utility and stealth as he broke into students' apartments. The movie's Ghostface was look actually was based on the budget Halloween costume called the Peanut Eyed Ghost. The filmmakers chose it because a novelty. It was a mass produced dime a dozen suit that anyone could buy at a local store, making the killer look impossible to trace. Contrast, the ghostly white face was haunting against the dark Florida woods at night. Okay, Delight says, by the way, Obama was joking when he said aliens are real. Oh, okay, okay. We, I definitely do wonder what the reasons for it was, but thank you for your take on that, Delight. And I because there's going to be some disclosure about aliens, and some think that maybe there's a race to see which one says it first. I I do think he was most likely briefed on it, but I don't know exactly what information he has said on it like during his administration. But yeah, I uh, definitely am awaiting to see whenever they do officially disclose about the aliens, which I would like to personally see uh, if they are out there or not. Yeah. Greys, the most iconic alien. Okay, so these are some of the alleged alien races, and as I said, people don't have to believe these are real. These are just what encounters people had and what they said they saw. All right, the Greys' appearance: small stature, 3 to 4 feet, large, pear-shaped heads, and oversized almond-shaped black eyes. They are usually described as having gray skin and parchment. Alleged origin: the Zeta Reticuli star system. This collection comes primarily from the 1996 Betty and Barney Hill abduction case, where Betty drew a star map. She claimed that she was shown the entities. Roland lore: they are often described as biological drones or scientists conducting genetic experiments on humans. They also could be time travelers from a long time from now that came back later from space. It could be a time traveler or fallen angels. All right, the Nordics. These beings look remarkably human, often described as beautiful or angelic. Appearance: tall, white, muscular, blonde, blue eyed, or fair skinned. They typically look idolize Scandinavians. The alleged origin: Ple- the Pleiades star cluster, the Seven Sisters. Oh, I know about that star cluster. The Pleiades, by the way. Role and lore: they are usually portrayed as space brothers, spiritually advanced beings who are concerned about humanity's use of nuclear weapons and environmental destruction. And see, I'm going to pronounce this correctly because I've done it before, but I think I mispronounced it. Let's go. The Pleiades. The constellation is actually called. Right, role and lore. They are usually portrayed as space brothers, spiritual, advanced beings who are concerned about humanity's use of nuclear weapons and environmental destruction. The reptilians, the Draconians. A sample of modern conspiracy lore and high strangeness and theories. The appearance: 6 to 9 feet tall, green or brownish, scaly skin, vertical split pupils, and powerful builds. Alleged origins: the Alpha Draconis systems. Thought: some theorists argue that they are interterrestrials who have lived inside Earth's caverns for millions of years. Now, in the biblical accounts of some angels being reptilian, and something has to do with the fallen watchers, and there's lots of mythologies and gods that were of these reptilian origins. So, uh, in these theories, right, the rule: often cast as villains, allegedly shaped shifters who have infiltrated human governments to control planets, resources, and energy, allegedly. And the mantids, the insectoids, something I learned recently. Appearance: they resemble a giant praying mantis standing 7 feet tall with large compound eyes and long thin limbs. Alleged origins: they describe interdimensional or coming from a non-localized reality rather than a specific planet. Role and lore: they are frequently described as the supervisors or doctors who oversee the Greys during abduction procedures. Witnesses often report a sense of cold clinical authority from them. In the movies like Disclosure Day, the shock usually comes from the fact that these aren't just little green men from Mars, but a complex hierarchy of beings that may have been here as long as we have. Let's see. So that is the alleged theories on the alien races. Let's go here. All right, so in a lightning rod questions during a podcast interview released on February 14, 2026, former President Barack Obama stated, "They're real, but I haven't seen them," when asked if aliens exist. While the comment. Oh, I'll play it. Social media. So, statistical probability. He explained that because the universe is so vast, the odds are good that there's life out there. No contact. He emphasized that he saw no evidence during his presidency that extraterrestrials have ever made contact with Earth. Area 51 myths. He explicitly denied that aliens or spacecrafts are being kept at Area 51. The enormous conspiracy. This aligns with the 2021 interview on the Last Date show where he acknowledged the existence of footage showing objects in the sky with unexplainable trajectories. So former President Obama has said in two different interviews that there are some aliens out there. Okay, Moki, I'll play it. And people can feel free to say your opinions about aliens or whatever about it. We're all ears. It's it's all um, it's all good to say what you let your opine. Okay. Okay, we're going to get our pirate, and we're going to censor his sound effects. Okay, and now we're going to go to the other screen. It's actually the other screen's other screen. Okay, that was the depth trials playing earlier. We're going to go to the other screen's other screen. Okay. Let's go here. All right, here we go.
Was approximately 3.5 feet tall. He had a dark brown.
The gentleman was 3.5 feet tall and had dark brown, reddish appearance in his skin and pressurized clean sphere. And Delight, it seems to be allegedly. I saw something that he may have been in there. I have to go and fact check that, but he and a lot of some of the associates were in there. As I said, I have to go and fact check that specifically. But as I said, the files had nothing to do with the alien topic, though. But as I said, I appreciate Obama talking about the alien theory. Also, and as I said, under I wish Obama's administration could have released the files, though, but they didn't. But as I hear you, Delight, and thank you for your thoughts on the matter. All right, so continuing. All right, so this says the gentleman was 3.5 feet tall, and he had a dark brown reddish appearance to his skin, and he was in highly pressurized clean sphere. The microbiologist's testimony who worked at Area 51 looking after 622-year-old extraterrestrial called Jord. Okay, so this is allegedly Jord the alien. Let's review here.
The gentleman with which I was associated was approximately 3.5 feet tall. He had a dark brown appearance, very ruddy appearance to his skin. He was in a highly pressurized clean sphere. He exuded glycoprotein-like material through pores on his skin, which was associated with the neuritis, the neuropathy that with which we were dealing.
Did this have an odor to it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I couldn't perceive any odors whatsoever. I was inside my... But I would imagine, but I have no data set to say what it would have smelled like. And in fact, there was nothing I read that indicated whether or not there was an odor. Why? I'm wondering. You've asked that before, and that's why I'm wondering.
Well, yeah, I've heard about this secretion coming through the pores of the skin before, and there have been those who've had encounters who say they could smell an odor
Okay.
from the skin.
All right. Where were we?
You were describing.
3.5 feet, large head in comparison to torso. So the ratio of the cranial to the torso area would be larger than in what we would call a modern human being. Large, bulbous black eyes. The whites of the eyes had been selected out. So it looked like a large pupil, basically. When you look into his eyes, you feel like you're going to fall into his eyes forever. And I think that probably had something to do with the telepathic nature of his mental structure. Large arms, length.
Yeah, you see, there's the aliens, they allegedly secrete their waste through their skin, and that's why they smell. And it's very interesting the way he describes it, how the alien appeared to be. Definitely was a interesting specimen. Yeah, and it doesn't mean that Obama or Michelle or anybody did anything necessarily wrong, but Barack Obama and Michelle Obama are mentioned in the files, but as I said, it doesn't mean that anybody did anything wrong, right? It just there's many world leaders in there, like 300 people. If there's any reference to someone, they are in the files. That's why is in there so many times. That's why Trump is in there so many times. Yeah, and so as I said, nobody's being charged. Nobody did anything, but yeah, that's why someone could be mentioned, but they didn't necessarily do anything wrong. Yeah, so the alien is a cringe. Oh, he said just someone talking about Obama would end up with him in the files. Oh, okay, Moki. Thank you for explanation. Yeah, exactly. Just someone talking about Obama would end up with him in the files, right? And whoever did anything wrong to anybody, no matter who they are, they all should be held accountable for doing anything to the children, whoever they are. So, something we all agree on.
Length, large length. 4 very thin, sinuous fingers. Nails, not as long as presented in some of the images that you showed me in the past. The ones done by Tom Mack, was it? Tom?
Bill, you guys.
Oh, yeah, that's it, the Puppet Master photos. I'm smiling because the Puppet Master leads me to other nicknames. But he was hunched over most of the time, could not support himself fully, given muscular atrophy. And that had to do with the peripheral neuropathy under which he was suffering. So he would grunt and move toward me almost in a flopping fashion. Feet were large in comparison to what we would say our feet would be. He was unclothed 4. Yeah, he was unclothed, which bothered him. He wanted to wear clothing and was refused in every turn. Called himself captive, and justifiably so. His feet were unusual in that his the plantar area had a very large knob underneath what we would call our heel. His facial features were grotesque in comparison to what he showed me what normal would be. He was
Normal of his type.
yes, yes. He was bilaterally symmetrical to the extent that
Yeah, and I agree. The guy does seem sad about what happened to J-Rod. Yeah, losing a companion of, or just going through this situation. He saw the alien as a companion, so yeah, it definitely seems sad about what happened to J-Rod. And Puppet Master photos. Yeah, I want to see what that's about too. Okay, continuing.
that the disease process was not changing his facial figures, his features. Nose was recessed, not a nose like we have, but basically two opercula, two orifices. An extremely small mouth, a hard palate, no teeth. His musculature, again, it was suffering from the problem at the myoneural junction due to the
Do
neuropathy.
you have any idea what his chronological age was?
622.
622.
Okay, so that is a person that allegedly dealt with an alien that was 622 years old. Wow. Very good link, Moki. Thank you for sending. Yes, we need to dig up the whole interview. I agree. Definitely. Let's see. Right, some more context about this of J-Rod. J-Rod is one of the most famous specific entities in UFO lore, allegedly a gray alien who worked alongside humans at Area 51, specifically S-4 facility. Legend of J-Rod. According to whistleblower Dan Brush, J-Rod was part of an exchange program between humans and extraterrestrials. The age. He is often described as being hundreds of years old, with 622-year figure frequently cited by niche UFOlogy circles because his race perceives time differently or has significantly longer lifespan due to advanced biology. Origins. Brush family claimed J-Rod was just an alien but a P-52 project, evolutionary descendant of humans from 52,000 years in the future, who traveled back in time. All right, thank you, Moki. We'll look at it right now. Let's go here. All right, shout out to the spaceship cats. Right here, our spaceship cats. Okay.
This is most. This is mostly ancient history.
All right.
I'm asking you.
How ancient? Sumerian?
Not that ancient. We're going back to your ancient history.
Oh.
And we're gonna also focus around the J-Log. And there's only 10 questions here. It looks like one was added, but I'm just going to let you talk, whatever you want to talk about freely. I'm just going to ask you the first question and we'll continue.
Yeah, I just prefer it be more of a conversation rather than a. The other makes me feel as though I'm testifying, and I'm prepared to do that as well.
Okay,
under
raise
the
your right hand and put your left hand on the Bible here. Or was it your right hand that's supposed to be?
And as long as we're in a closed session, so help me God.
Yeah, conversation is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, I'm working on that subpoena. I talked to a big-time attorney, and we were talking different things, and we can discuss that at a different time.
Yeah, he's a great guy, too. He's a good man. He's experienced at high level.
As I was saying to Bill on the way over here, I was ordered to present a copy of my order to meet him at St. Mark's Square. That order contains an initial of a committee member, a coded initial of a committee member. From what I understand, there's currently a 17.
Yeah, exactly, Moki. And she said most people would have compassion for an intelligent being in distress. At least I hope so. Oh yeah, I would hope so too. And it's a good thing that somebody would have compassion for one of these intelligent beings in their care, right? It's certainly very brave to come out and talk about it, and very noble to tell the world what happened.
16 split. And this is mostly rumor around the community to forward a public acclamation program having to do with the Majestic 12 and the overseeing committee, the old 5412, which is now basically called the Committee of the Majority, as far as I'm told.
The questions are just to give us a little structure.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, that's interesting news. And if I say something or one of us says something, just answer, talk to me.
That's fine.
Keep going between you and Bill.
The lights are cumbersome, but
A little much? Okay.
that's fine.
All right.
That's fine. That's fine. If you look closely, they're nice and red from looking through the scope all last night, so they can't get much worse.
Oh, okay. Okay, the first question, Dan, they want to know is, where did you work in the mid-90s, and how did you come to be employed there?
Well, several locations in the mid-90s. I had some cover positions here in Las Vegas, which made me look like a good old-fashioned Joe. In fact, I had some police experience at the late 80s. You're probably centering your question around the work for the government. In 1986, I was approached while working as an undergraduate student in Dr. Bert Bell Barbero's office, in his parasitology laboratory, to be exact. I was looking through a scope at the time. Three gentlemen walked into the laboratory, closed the door behind them. There was 2 uniforms and a suit that were present. Both of the uniforms I would make as most probably being United States Navy. My memory of that one event's kind of hazy after seeing all of the suits and uniforms and whatnot. We spoke for a while. They asked me if I was interested in seeing the world and the like. I told them I in fact was. We went through several interview processes, not unlike this, and reviewed my background. I went through several background investigations. Finally, starting up 90-91 time frame, I was cleared for working past groom to the Papoose Mountain facility, that place that doesn't exist, about 90 miles north of here, the nowhere place. That's how I came to work there. My original assignment was at the Groom Lake facility to review histopathology slides. And I went through nearly a year's testing and then was basically let loose for a year, and I heard no contact from them. After that, I was brought back in and shown some higher grade slides of unknown origin. Following that, I was introduced into a working group and subsequently brought into the Papoose facility, the Site 4 facility. We worked for well over a year on slides of unknown origin. After I took a minimum leadership position under several of the other biologists who are already present, most of which are now deceased. You know the names of those individuals. I was then introduced into the level 4-5 facility, and the 4-5 coded for 9. You're again aware. We covered this in ancient history. And so what we did is introduce the new members, myself amongst them, into the clean sphere area, and we were eventually shown the subject for which we were examining the slides. The slides were unusual in that they were in pressurized cells, and they were reviewed by us on a conveyor with a completely automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything. We'd give verbal commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML, like keyboard, for examining the slides, and I digressed, but then working with the J-Rod itself in the ambassadorial suite or the clean sphere suite.
Now, was this under this Project Aquarius?
Yes, yes. Initially, I was assigned as a working member of Project Aquarius. Then finally, I was made an assistant working group leader. And then mysteriously, after one meeting with the J-Rod, I was asked to take the working group leader position. I didn't find out why I was asked to take the working group leader position until, well, within this last year. I never understood it because Stephen was older than I. He was my senior not only in ability but in age, and I would have never figured being advanced above an individual like that in ranking within a working group. And in fact, I never considered myself above him. We worked together. The Q94 document that you have in your possession was co-authored. My name went on there as the primary investigator because I was the working group leader. But in fact, he and I were both involved in the authoring of that document.
Okay. Now, could you explain briefly what you were briefed on who and or what J-Rod was?
Initially, I was briefed that J-Rod was an alien, specifically from the reticulum system, to reticulum 4. I had no idea the truth. Yes, from 2 reticulum 4 now, but I had no idea the truth of how they came to be. As I said to you before, I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. I found out subsequent to interactions with the J-Rod. And again, they have personal names. The term J-Rod simply means 15, which was a basing name for where they're located, the number of light years from our location. So they took those names. And they identified through the Sigma protocols, the linguistic protocols, with a rod symbol, which was an inertia symbol, and the letter J. And in fact, that was a combination of Mayan and Egyptian numerology having to do with a rod and a J, meaning 10 and 5 for 15.
Okay. Now, 15 light years away, is that the police 876?
876 Charlie, from what I've been told. Now, he did not specifically tell me that that was the location, but the number 15 was mentioned.
Well,
They don't call it, apparently, Gliese 876, whatever, Charlie.
Oh yeah, so definitely. Niels is our Air Force base here. Niels range is enormous. Lots of secret. Lots of secret crap there. Oh yeah. Oh, I bet there's all kinds of stuff there that is not being shown to the public. Most of Nevada is actually federal land. So yeah, that makes sense. It makes you wonder about what type of experiments or what's going on over there. You know, since it's all federal. Yeah, I'm sure there's all kinds of facilities there doing God knows what, especially with these types of things. Yeah.
How did J-Rod get here? I mean, how did he, 15 light years away?
He crashed in '63, from what I understand,
Oh, was that right?
outside of Kingman,
Okay,
Arizona.
right.
There was a problem involving his physiology and his biophysiological communication with the craft went wrong. And of course, he's ill, as we know, with the MGUS and the paraprotein associated problems. And he crashed.
And how was was he transported immediately from that crash site to the S4 facility? And how is,
That I don't know.
okay.
That I don't know.
You don't know how he came to be at the facility?
I believe he and associates were transferred separately. He to the originally to the Groom Lake facility, and an associate to, I believe, Los Alamos.
Los Alamos.
I have no independent verification of where the associate went, though. All I can say is that he was there at Site 4.
Now, you interacted with J-Rod. Was there a general procedure for this interaction?
Well, there was not a general procedure. There was a very specific procedure.
Very specific, okay?
After we would be brought in with our helper biologists, there was controlling helper biologists, those in the gallery, and then the introduction specialist, which was myself on a number of occasions. We entered the clean sphere through a large series of protocols involving pressurization and compartmentalization, no pun intended, until finally we were pressurized in fully encapsulated a TEC, a TES, total encapsulated suit for entrance into the clean sphere. Once we were pressurized and entered into the clean sphere, well, I should digress. We had a medical evaluation, all of that first. But they ceased doing that after a couple of medical evaluations. It was more just interested, let's get you in and get the work done. I would enter into the clean sphere, and I was not supposed to communicate with the J-Rod at all. I was not supposed to know his name. The reality is we were communicating from the time that I entered into the ambassadorial suite external to the clean sphere, talking back and forth freely. I could hear whatever he was projecting at me from thought, and he could very clearly hear what I was thinking. I say hear, meaning perceive. I was supposed to stand over by a hologram projection system, which was run as like a teleprompter system, over to my right, that would be run inside of the clean sphere glass. Hold my hand up and mimic certain signs. And it became a joke. It really did. It became a joke. Those folks who were watching from the gallery running the show thought that I was standing there and mimicking the signs, and this was the only communication underway. They perceived on the day that the approach, the close approach that he made, the grabbing incident that he did with me, they perceived that there was a communication that occurred. So I began getting questioned quite extensively whether or not he in fact was communicating with me, because he had promised not to, apparently, with the Sigma unit. I alluded to the fact that there was conversation underway, but I didn't talk about what it was until, of course, I was caught in my research protocol forwarding ideas that were somewhat different than what they expected, where they expected my private research was going to go, and this is much later. And at that time, the deal was brokered to find out about the doctrine for the convergent timeline paradox. I told them a little bit about what he showed me, a little bit, and they told me a little bit about the DCTP.
Now that you brought that up, which implies travel through time as well as
Yes.
space, and you said that J-Rod was retrieved from a crash near Kingman. Was he at that time just traveling through space from the staging area, or?
Yes.
No. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
He wasn't doing any time traveling at that point?
No, not as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Not as far as he told me, no.
Can you describe J-Rod to us, what he looked like and how he behaved?
Yes. The gentleman with which I was associated was approximately 3.5 feet tall. He had a dark brown appearance, very ruddy appearance to his skin. He was in a highly pressurized clean sphere. He exuded glycoprotein-like material through pores on his skin, which was associated with the neuritis, the neuropathy that with which we were dealing.
Did this have an odor to it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I couldn't perceive any odors whatsoever. I was inside my. But I would imagine. But I have no data set to say what it would have smelled like. And in fact, there was nothing I read that indicated whether or not there was an odor. Why? I'm wondering. You've asked that before. That's why I'm wondering.
Well, yeah, I've heard about this secretion coming through the pores of the skin before, and there have been those who've had encounters who say they could smell an odor
Okay.
from the skin.
All right. Where were we?
You were describing.
3.5 feet, large head in comparison to torso. So the ratio of the cranial to the torso area would be larger than in what we would call a modern human being. Large, bulbous black eyes. The whites of the eyes had been selected out. So it looked like a large pupil, basically. When you look into his eyes, you feel like you're going to fall into his eyes forever. And I think that probably had something to do with the telepathic nature of his mental structure. Large arms, large length. 4 very thin, sinuous fingers. Nails, not as long as presented in some of the images that you've showed me in the past. The ones done by Tom Mack, was it? Tom?
Bill Ugas.
Oh, yeah, that's it, the Puppet Master photos. I'm smiling because the Puppet Master leads me to other nicknames. But he was hunched over most of the time, could not support himself fully given muscular atrophy. And that had to do with the peripheral neuropathy under which he was suffering. So he would grunt and move toward me almost in a flopping fashion. Feet were large in comparison to what we would say our feet would be. He was unclothed 4. Yeah, he was unclothed, which bothered him. He wanted to wear clothing and was refused in every turn. Called himself captive, and justifiably so. His feet were unusual in that the plantar area had a very large knob underneath what we would call our heel. His facial features were grotesque in comparison to what he showed me what normal would be. He was
Normal of his type?
yes, yes. He was bilaterally symmetric.
All right, like I said, in the context of Dan Burish, the Majestic 12, the MJ12 narrative, the individual referred to the Puppet Master is commonly identified as Tom Mack, sometimes called Captain Tom Mack. Oh, okay, thank you for information. It's interesting he didn't smell the alien. He, was describing how it doesn't quite do well in this type of environment because of the way its body is made.
Symmetrical to the extent that the disease process was not changing his facial features. Nose was recessed, not a nose like we have, but basically two opercula, two orifices. An extremely small mouth, a hard palate, no teeth. His musculature, again, it was suffering from the problem at the myoneural junction due to the
Do
neuropathy.
you have any idea what his chronological age was?
622.
622. Well, what is-
And that I don't know. That I don't know. That number 622 is now used as an important number within the community. A reference, a request.
Well, he said some researchers in the UFO community believe Tom Mack may be a pseudonym or a composite character used to protect the identity of real intelligence officer. Oh, you woke up. Okay, Mermaid, well... Yeah, this is very interesting, indeed, yeah. Oh, thank you, Moki, for additional information about it.
From 622, or a report from 622 could be from anybody. So it's used, and in fact, the SRB report that I have with me today, the supplemental report for 0302 that I have, probably is labeled from reviewer 622. I haven't, again, it's going to be a cold reading when we look at it, but it's probably from 622. They excrete in a manner that we would excrete. Their external genitalia are different than ours. The females have somewhat like vulva, but they have a clasper situation. The male has a male clasper, the female claspers. And if it looks like a disc with rectangular solids that are rotated into position for clasping at the inguinal region. They do have internal fertilization.
Now, this was something you read because you didn't see the female, did you?
No, this is something he showed me of his wife.
Oh, internally.
Yes.
And how was that image presented to you? Did it appear?
I was inside the image.
You were inside the image,
That's what it felt like.
like virtual reality.
Yes, everything that he showed me when this was the incident. When he projected it into me, it felt like I was there. My sensations were heightened. Quite extraordinary.
Was there?
Yeah, poor J-Rod. Yeah, this is the... he's communicating with J-Rod via telepathy. Right. Wow, it's very incredible, by the way.
Background perceived? Was she in a domicile of some sort?
Again, excuse the pun, a gray surrounding, very, very dull, drab surrounding, almost like a concrete evacuation center, where you'd have evacuation zones underneath the hotels in case of a mass casualties or a mass disaster, where it was a very clinical environment.
Huh. So were you impressed that he was kind of depressed about his situation?
He was extremely depressed. If we were to term him human, I'm not a psychologist, but I think he would be termed as clinically depressed.
Okay.
He wept, but he didn't weep outside. He wept when he was with me.
Well, could you estimate what his level of intellect was?
Smarter than me. He was smarter than me by a long range.
Did he have a wide range of knowledge?
The mathematics that he showed me blew my mind.
Was that right?
He showed me concurrently not only the equations for the rule of nines, but he also did so diagrammatically, and he did so with three-dimensional, like a VRML system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was not understanding, apparently if I was not understanding the script, I would understand it as a child learns group theory in mathematics. Highly evolved, highly intellectual, highly repressed emotionally. When I was with him, I felt great happiness to be with him, but I could feel his great sadness, not only because of what he wanted to become.
Hookie says, FYI, this guy is one of the whistleblowers. He's been around a lot longer than Rush. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. So, like what Delight was mentioning earlier about the UFOs, the people that see aliens. So basically, this is an alleged person allegedly had an interaction with an alien at a secret base. And these are like the encounters that we were talking about. Right. And there's known UFOs coming from the water and the air and around military bases, and they can't really identify what they are exactly. So now we will continue.
What he knew he was by being present with us, but where he was and how he was being treated. He was not part of the group that has to be catered to involving the T9 treaty that was just signed. He wanted to help. He was willing. When I went in, for God's sakes, I took well over, nearly 300 individualized aspiration samples from his neurological system. He would hold his arm out for me to take them. There was no pain medication. And whenever I would fire the introduction system to remove the sample, it was an aspirative avulsion system, he would cry, and then he would just stand there and look at me.
There was a suction.
Yes, yeah. In fact, I would bring the sample after the initial removal from his tissues into the introduction system, and then approve it and move it from there to one of the helper biologists. Usually it was Robert, outside of the clean sphere, and then he would move it from there to be handled under our normal protocols. It was a level 5 past our the BMBL system. He'd just stand there and take it.
So
Hoagie said the T9 treaty, often referred to as the Taiyu treaty, or the Ninth Treaty. It is alleged that the secret agreement between U.S. government and extraterrestrial beings. So in this theory, they're saying that some of the technology we got, or all the technology we got, is from aliens, and there's some sort of an exchange program between them and us over different things. Alright. And Oki says, narrative suggests that U.S. government allowed extraterrestrials to establish underground bases and conduct limited abductions for genetic research in exchange for advanced alien technology. Right. That is the theory. Thank you, Moki, for posting.
do you feel the communication that he established with you when you were in contact with him, could he extend this communication over any distance?
60 feet.
60 feet?
Definitely 60 feet.
Okay.
Because it was 60 feet from the center of the clean sphere to the introduction ramp going down into the ambassadorial suite. So at least 60 feet.
So you don't feel like he's been in communication with you since that time?
No.
Okay.
Was it selective in some way? Was it willfully selective on his part who he wanted to communicate?
Yes. Yes. The folks that I'm sorry, the folks that wanted to find out what he was saying to me, they knew darn well that he was communicating with me after a while, because I was smiling. I couldn't help it, because we were actually joking back and forth. And, you know, they didn't know. They didn't have any clue. They didn't have any clue what he was saying. So it had to have been selective. They certainly wouldn't have pressed me like they did after I woke up from the big attention scenario. I woke up outside of the clean sphere. I was drug out of there by Stephen. He finally got a secondary suit on and drugged me out of the clean sphere. No, they had no clue. They had no clue what he was saying. I'm sure of it. They were extra rough in removing my plug and my catheter and all of that business after I got out of the TES.
Yeah. One of the things that I want to ask you now, departing slightly from this subject, we're going to ask this last question, then we're going to take a break, okay? And then we'll see where we go from there. But
I'm smiling because I'm envisioning the lack of the lights.
yeah, okay. But everybody's
Yeah, don't like this at all.
Why, and of course, you're going to have to restate this again. Why are you talking to us now? What is your intention in telling us about this, about your involvement?
It's multifocal. It's multifocal. There's several reasons. The largest reason is not the most important reason. The largest reason from a personal perspective is to step out from under the Black Ops community and retire. I'm ready. I told you before, I can see myself walking along a pond and not being bothered by anybody except for maybe a bird here or there, and taking a sample and just taking my time and looking at it for fun, for enjoyment.
And you're worried about your health, right?
Well, my health is degrading. There's no doubt about that. The heart disease that I have is in fact degrading my health. Time is coming. I don't know how long that is, and of course that's within God's providence.
So you'd like to maybe have some freedom, to have some
Yes.
time of your own?
Yes.
To go to Walden's Pond or something, right? Study the life.
Disappear at Walden's Pond.
Right.
There are other reasons too. You know, without yelling the poor me scenario. Yes, people have a right to know. I mean, that's, you know, other folks have screamed that. Some of them, I think, real. Some of them phony as a $3 bill. Yes, they have a right to know what is going on. They have a right to know because this is their future. Or maybe not. And it depends upon our wisdom or lack thereof. This gets me thinking. The one thing that we've heard from the Brookings Institution study, the famous clamp study, was this would cause a great social upheaval. It would destroy our social bonds, our religious bonds. And in fact, I know I'm digressing, but I ramble. Every time an individual is approached with the issue of, would this destroy your faith? I have heard, it's my experience only, I'm sure there are going to be varied opinions, no, it'd strengthen it. It'd strengthen it. From a certain perspective, yes. From another perspective, no. The Brookings Institution was correct on a certain level. Suspend disbelief for a moment and walk with the idea that this is real. That the ruins that are present on the moon and on Mars, the ancient temples, were in fact, and are in fact, the gifts of our own progeny.
So, according to Dan Burish, the narrative, the extraterrestrial known as J-Rod was a future human from approximately 52,000 years in our future who returned to his own time and place. Burish famously stated that in 2003 he defied orders from his superiors and helped J-Rod escape. He allegedly took J-Rod to natural Stargate in Ibiodos style portal in Abydos, Egypt, where the entity was successfully sent back to its home in the Groom Lake lore. The return intended to allow J-Rod to reunite with his people and use biological data gathered by Burish to help prevent the genetic catastrophe that plagued their timeline. This is some wild stuff. Yeah, this is some wild stuff. You know, very interesting, crazy theories about this time traveler alien being that may have been from our world from 52,000 years from now. So yeah, incredible. Very excellent find, Oki.
Can you imagine what is going to happen when those temples, which were prayed to as the gods, are found out to be nothing more than the creations of men, that the men themselves were those who were being worshipped? Will fall headlong into the pool of Narcissus. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we'll find truth, love, God, in something other than buildings and stones and marble. Maybe we'll find out who he really is, or she, it, or just us.
Do you want to take a break?
Please.
Take 5 minutes, yeah. Take 5 minutes and talk about what we just talked about.
Yeah.
I missed a little bit about the clean sphere entrance in terms of suiting up, preparing yourself. You did mention the medical exams, which faded out after a while.
Right.
But in the other tape, you talked a little bit more about some of the mechanical specifics, just to give a better image of
That's fine.
what it's like for you to do it.
That's fine.
Okay, that was one.
The introduction gantry, the swinging,
The
those
swing
systems.
goes up. Yes, those things. Yeah.
That's all visual, and I'm interested in the Dulce facility. Training what you're talking
Hold
about.
on. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. The other thing is
We can wait.
that might be pertinent to what you just did, what you just spoke about, was what you were looking at slide-wise prior to knowing what the unknown origin material was, what its origin was.
Sure.
You know, just what it was you were looking at.
All right.
Without revealing.
You want me to get into the microglial?
Well, maybe just a general statement of what that was, what,
All right.
what you thought you were looking at. Just to give us a little.
That's a good one.
You know,
I had no clue, and in fact, they brought in a who we got on our side, a biochemist to turn our attitudes around. And after about a year, he didn't turn our attitudes around. He finally joined us. And finally said, no, we can't do this without finding out the origin of the tissue. Right. We needed to find out. See, we were dealing with it. We were dealing with a situation where it was in vitro.
We might want to go back on camera for this. So
That's fine. Okay.
And the other thing that I think you made a very good statement about why you're doing this. I'm wondering if there's anything else we can do for you, anything else you can say that is of value to you that we can record for you, as far as what you hope to, how you hope to get out, what it is about. I mean, you said it's your health and a number of other things. I'm just wanted to put it to you that if there's anything else that comes to mind that you'd like to add in that regard, in terms of what it is you're trying to accomplish. Because I would like to tell our elected government what we're doing. Maybe you should say that. You know, I mean, under the appropriate circumstances, because there are military applications that
need to be handled in a very careful manner.
For example?
For example.
I understand. All
And
right.
those issues we're going to be extremely careful about here today because they should be taken with great care,
And of course, our objective, which
including the military applications for Lotus.
Good.
I know that we're somewhat constrained for time today. Well, how much longer do we have?
It's only
4:39.
16:37.
How much time do we have?
We've got time.
Okay.
I have to be back at 1900,
1900, 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, we have plenty of time.
All right, all right. Okay, good.
We're not in
All
a
right.
rush.
Well, what I wanted to do was, the only other thing I'd say was we're trying to focus on, and it's been great so far, it's been very focused, it's very, very central to the J-Rod interaction. We felt that was the best way to introduce you to our next stage.
Right.
Now, we can talk about anything we want, we got plenty of tape, as long as you can stand the lights. You know, beyond the three things I just mentioned, anything you might want to bring up.
Do you think
So
that
in
thing is
order.
real? Do you think that thing is real?
What's that?
That piece of paper you showed me with the letters. I don't know. See, we spoke about another individual who has a heart condition. I figured that it was a need to know. It was a need to know basis above that. I didn't figure that there was direct. You see, and the rumors coming at me about the potential for public acclamation, that would be for him, those initials to take back as the hero in this situation because he loves playing the hero. And you show me a piece of paper that says ordered to remain. Ostensibly, that's what I meant. Ordered to remain in the capacity, which means that there is a greater loop. I've had the chance to speak with the individual one time, and he was funnier than hell. He really was. I heard that there was a transcript involving that got out. In fact, I was shown one time. The first meeting, the one where I bolted, the one where you scared the hell out of me, not as much as you did today, but in a little more relaxed circumstance.
I inferred their use, and I've seen this elsewhere, of the word bird refers to EEE.
Mm-hmm.
I inferred their use of the word clock refers to the timeline paradox.
Mm-hmm. I would buy that.
Before we, let's talk a little bit about the things we just discussed. What was it that you thought you were looking at when you were looking at these slides of material of unknown origin?
Well,
prior to meeting J-Rod.
we were looking at extremely minute microglial cells. We knew that they were eukaryotic. However, they were unusual in the sense that their cytoplasm and their internal organization, the organelle structures were fused, such as dictyosomes to mitochondria, things like that. And we had no idea what we were looking at. The original contention made by the individuals next to me was that we were looking at some type of biological warfare material, an intermediate, and they had more experience. They have more experience than me involving such matters. So, and being that I was new, I was letting them take the lead.
That's great. Now, let's talk a little bit. The second one was, tell us a little bit more in detail about the physical aspects of preparing for an entry into the Hemisphere.
Fine. Well, we would undergo a medical examination, at least during the early time frame of the introductions, the 92 time frame, 91 to 92, when we were doing introductions. We had regular systematic medicals by a physician. Following that, we would be suited, well, we would be catheterized, plugged, and suited. Communication apparatus was placed on our heads. We had a cooling system set up. It was, for all intents and purposes, it was a spacesuit. It was a total encapsulated suit, something like what you would find in a NASA facility. Not so much something that you would see, well, for instance, at USAMRIID or CDC. That type of level 4 suit. It was more of a regular space-type suit with joints. We were
This is really cool about describing about the spacesuits that they have, and he goes in very deep detail about it. Very interesting.
We were suited up, we were pressurized, and then walked with our cooling system and our hosing down a ramp into the ambassadorial suite. Following that, we were led up a gantry-way, which had been moved into position by the clean sphere, which had been previously rotated up through an iris through the floor. He was held actually below the ambassadorial suite level, and that was raised up as needed. What they did with him down there, he didn't say, and they didn't tell me. It was not a need-to-know issue. Apparently, they dealt with the cleaning of the sphere and all of that down there. The regular housed animal maintenance, as they treated him. We would be led up the gantry-way. The hoses would be hooked into an interior system inside the doorway, which was exterior to the clean sphere. And it was called the exterior system, in fact. But then we would be led in, the door would be closed, and we would be pressurized inside of the gantry-way. Following that, there was a drum system that was set up. Once there was an equal pressurization between the gantry-way and the clean sphere, we would then be told to proceed forward. I would raise a hand in acknowledgement. We were not supposed to talk at the time at all because nothing verbal around the specimen, around the J-rod. Why, I was never told, but we were not supposed to talk around the J-rod. I moved the drum system and re-hooked a secondary set of hosing inside the clean sphere, checked the pressurization, and once that was done, the door to the clean sphere would be closed behind me, and I would presume that the pressurization remained the same in the gantry-way. Following that, I would do my business inside of the clean sphere involving contacting the J-rod and removing the samples.
And what was the reason you were removing samples?
We were removing samples to attempt a treatment, a full diagnosis and a treatment for a paraprotein-related monoclonal gammopathy of uncertain significance type disorder, which had various attributes to it, among which were a cocaine type presence to the J-rod, cocaine syndrome type presence, and
In 2003, J-Rod was removed from his high-security clean sphere contamination unit. He was reportedly flown by the U.S. government to a location near the Abydos temple in Egypt. Because J-Rod suffered from depleting neuropathy nervous condition and could not walk easily, he was transported special mobile life support stroller. During the operation, Bush allegedly thrust the stroller forward, pushing J-Rod directly into the active Stargate portal to send him back to his home time and star system. Bush claimed that while J-Rod successfully passed through, he himself and the empty stroller device were kicked out or rejected by the portal. This event is central part of Bush's narrative regarding the end of direct work with J-Rod and his subsequent censure by superiors violating orders. Yes, Smokey, we do need a movie of this indeed. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Yeah, this is so cool. I've never heard of this story before, and definitely would make a great movie for everybody to see. Indeed.
And certain genetic um, um, issues involving chromosome 5 and 17, which led us to Charcot-Marie tooth disorder, and their glycoprotein, their antifreeze glycoprotein problems. They were essentially they were losing heat because of the problems at their axonal ridges. They were not transmitting the energy, something like a dystrophy. And when the action potential goes down a nerve, well, their action potentials were dying at the synapse. They were also losing energy because there was a demyelination process underway. That demyelination process was, well, since the Q94 document, was tied to a CMT1A-like problem, the Charcot-Marie tooth problem called PMP22, which is a protein number 22, which an overexpression of that gene causes a greater demyelination. We tied that to the demyelination.
His real name was Chi-La. Yeah, however that is actually pronounced. Yeah, I agree. Scared.
Issue involving the promoters for the PMP22. Those promoters, there's 2 promoters for it, were selectively deselected with the use of TFOs, or triplex forming oligonucleotides. It's essentially an ssDNA vector expression system that we're using. Oops.
Doesn't that?
You're staring at me, Bill. I'm sorry.
Bill, one thing, when you're speaking, when you don't sort of make any noises, just nod, that's good.
When I'm not.
Sometimes you're going, R-E, that's a...
Okay.
Just keep used to nodding. Great.
That's all he's been doing is nodding. I shouldn't.
All right. So do you want to simplify?
I'm sorry, Bill.
No, I don't. Actually, no. I think that's fine.
I'm sorry, Bill.
I actually understood some of it.
That's all right. Doesn't that interfere in the demyelination process? Okay, isn't that similar to conditions that humans sometimes have, like, what is it, muscular dystrophy?
Well, yeah, except for he wasn't forming plaques.
Okay.
He wasn't forming plaques. He was simply demyelinating, repairing the demyelination area with the immune system. They've got a cell-mediated immune system, humoral system, just like we have. The cells are different.
According to Burish, aliens are not from other planets, but are future humans returning to our past. Burish claimed that humanity eventually splits 2 distinct groups based on how they evolve after a future catastrophe. P45's Gray's descendants approximately 45,000 years in our future. They're described as technologically advanced, but spiritually and biologically degraded, suffering from genetic catastrophe they're trying to fix. P52 J-Rod, descendants from 52,000 years in our future. Chi-La, okay. They are described as more spiritually evolved than the P45s, were repeatedly working with humanity to ensure the right timeline was preserved. Yeah, this is something what Joe Buddha was talking about when he was here about the time travelers. This is incredible. This is really important information. Yeah.
They've got Philopodia, but very strange looking blood-like material. It's like it, but that's why we use the term analog so much, because it was different. It was different.
Can we talk a little bit about some generalities around the building in which you worked? The sort of, how many floors it was, where it was located,
Sure.
how you got there.
You want an experience of Site 4, watch the Andromeda Strain. except for there's a little more color inside of Site 4. They've got a nice orange stripe on the wall, and they've got a red and blue stripe on the floor, which gives you general directions depending upon the floor you're on, and you can't move without getting stopped anyway. Now, we're talking separate to the groom facility here. I'm aware of several floors at the groom facility, and then finally, the majority of the hot stuff was taken over to Site 4. We're talking 4 basic levels. The first level, and they're coded 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and then finally where he was stored is 4.5. And that 4.5 designation was painted on the wall for him because 4 and 5 is 9.
Right.
That's why, in fact, they built 9 hangars on the Galileo and Sidekick levels, the 4.1 level. The 4.2 level contained the looking glass, Alice's glass. In fact, outside of the door for the major facility, there's a white rabbit with a clock. A very large, it's a statue that's probably about that tall, and it's held above the doorway. It's wired above the doorway. The looking glass, I find out, is one of the ERBs. It's an Einstein-Rosenbridge promoter.
In context of Zamversh claims, the Temple of Setai, Egypt, is not just an archaeological site, but the location of natural stargate. Burish alleged that the Abydos Temple sits atop a powerful naturally occurring vortex or wormhole. He claimed the U.S. government used specific spot for the time bridge operations because the geographical location stabilized the transition between eras. Looking glass is a whole nother thing. Yeah, those temples, I think, were used by whatever they are, aliens, whatever they are, to use as a Stargate. I agree.
It uses some form of, this is found out, Jesus Christ, in the last 2 weeks. I'm asking the right questions there, I guess. It's composed of a spherical, spinning, arced, rectangular solid matrix of nickel, cadmium, and barium. There is a spinning disk underneath it, which is supercooled. Into this is injected into the center of these spinning, and I'm not a physicist, spinning disks, is injected an argon gas. Into that is injected some type of repulsion matter. It's a gravity repulsion matter. They are obtaining the gravity repulsion matter from the heavy materials that have been obtained from the J-rods, the 115 variety material. And apparently when they bombard it with enough electromagnetism, this stuff repels gravity, and it turns into some sort of exotic matter. They spin it fast enough, it opens, or they can see through it. And that is, from what I understand, the great prize in what's going on in the world right now, are those devices. Why do you think the British are running around Iraq right now looking for the climatological records that are just happen to be disappeared out of the Baghdad Museum with the rest of the cylinder seals? And you're going to see some cylinder seals today too when I show you some report.
So Dan, does that mean when they're engaging this device in Project Looking Glass?
Yes.
Is this something that they use only for the transmission of information, or can they transport a material object through time?
You know the answer to that. At least you probably heard some rumor. There have been mistakes. There were mistakes. Animals were attempted to transport from one location to another. The production
Moki says Looking Glass refers to classification device allegedly reverse engineering from extraterrestrial technology that allows U.S. government to peer into potential future timelines. Thank you, Moki. That is really cool. That is... It reminds me of the different mythologies that were talked about. Like, you know, the different magic sorcery stuff. You see, I was saying earlier that it's like a type of technology, the sorcery.
Of two of the devices, and they put them in resonance or something like that. I'm not a physicist. I don't know. But I was, in fact, present during a human attempt. The human did not survive. The human was not put in there under duress of any sort. It was a volunteer situation, and the human did not survive. The human did not move. The human stayed where the human was put. But the human changed, and I don't want to talk about it anymore.
This is an attempt at time travel?
It was an attempt at well, in essence, yes. It was a linear, it was a attempt to transport an individual over linear distance, which I understand is the same thing as time travel. If we're talking purely from the Einstein.
Translating time, space.
Burish claimed the technology was refined using information from ancient Sumerian cylinder seals, which purportedly contained instructions for manipulating time and space. Like, where has this story been? It's like, out of all the things that we've seen, this is like the best thing that could possibly be in the media, but it's not. Like, yeah, I know exactly, Monkey. And I'm just picturing the portal opening up and bro's like going in there, but he just kind of becomes like spins around and he comes out not alive anymore. So scared. Yes, I am, Moki. I am extremely into it. Just as you are. Scared. It's it's good to see a person that was allegedly with an extraterrestrial talk about his take on these different things, because this is stuff I've been researching for quite a while. So yes, absolutely. Yes, we've seen a lot. It reminds you of the Avengers too. So, and with something that I've talked about before in the past is that they'll take things from actual alien encounters or experiments and they put them in movies as subliminal messaging to get them prepared for what's about to be revealed to them. And they also like to give little hints. So I do think that information came from somewhere. You know, and this stuff is based in Egyptian mythology. It's not like, it originates from that also. Oh, Moki, I was thinking to myself that he is 100% believable to me, or he should have been in Hollywood. He would have been like a better actor than any actor right now that's out there, if he's faking it. But no, I think he's believable too. I agree. And Moki, I am glad to have a like-minded person to watch this with me. Also shout out to all the chat as well. But I appreciate the like-minded situation. An alleged holographic history book provided by extraterrestrials that could show past future events in their home planet and Earth. Ah, yeah, you see, and this explains a lot of how God and angels work too, because they're able to know things that we don't always know in our timeline, our dimension. But the aliens or time travelers and whatever they are, this kind of gives more explanation about how it works. And there you go. The holographic stuff I was talking about. Yeah.
Distance is time.
Like a transporter?
Yeah. From what I understand, they've only used it for information purposes. Aside from that, how they get the information out of it, no clue. I don't know.
I have to go down that rabbit hole. I've never heard of the Yellow Book one.
What specific information they've obtained, I only know of one piece of information, and that is why the rush is underway to get Lotus done by the 2005 deadline. That in fact this group of J-Rods that are not complying with the wishes of the committee and the wishes of the rest of the J-Rods and the associated brothers, to put a clamp on them so that they stop their influence within the political structures of our government, including the financial structures. That it is, in fact, their slowing down of the progress to stopping getting these, picking up these little gates that were put together, that would be our downfall in 2012.
Okay. Do you want to say anything further about the Stargates?
The most critical discovery made through Project Looking Glass was the observation of the possible future appeared converge on one single catastrophic window around December 2012. Scientists reportedly saw that the most probable futures humans' use of advanced Stargate technology would interact with high solar activity and crucial shift. Eugene, that is a very good point. It's like, what type of technology do they have that could possibly help all of us? You know, they all over the place. I'm sure they could stop. For instance, there's the cloud seeding we've talked about here before, and they could use it to stop famines and stuff. But do they really use it for that or not? We don't, not necessarily. But so yeah, I do agree with you. I wonder what technology they have, especially what Moki's discussing is that this technology most likely is, I believe, is there, and they're hoarding it. To prevent this Timeline 2 disaster, the Majestic 12 Committee ordered the dismantling and storage of Looking Glass devices. The other time bridge technology prior to 2012 ensured humanity remained on a safer Timeline 1. Yeah, because remember, 2012 was supposed to be the end of the world. And I will say, in 2012, there was lots of blasts coming from the sky happening. But nothing, bad occurred. So I wonder, that's interesting, Moki, good information. 'Cause I remember hearing them myself around that time. All right, continuing.
For their use in 2012?
Well,
Before we go, let's finish up our third objective when we turn the lights back.
what can one do for me?
Yes, exactly.
I would be very happy and very relieved to feel as though I was
And remember, this guy's a complete straight face and not laughing or anything. He's dead serious.
responding to the elected government of the United States of America with what talents God's given me. I'm responsible to the people of the United States of America. The nature of the information to which I'm privy is sensitive enough that the full disclosure of that information would have to be done in an appropriate location and under appropriate circumstances. Certain military application information would have to be done in a closed session milieu for the national security. As I said to you at the Luxor, the Congress knows it's not in control. They know that this is a train, a wild train out of control. And they want that control back. They're not stupid. They know that there are things that are going on down the hall from them that they can't fathom. They deserve to have that back.
Eugene says, imagine having replicator technology and holodeck technology and hoarding it. I am not saying they do, but powers that be aren't good. I agree, Eugene. Definitely, it's like you have all these technology, these having these replicators, and things could save lives. I don't know, even things can reverse cancer. They're gonna hoard that and not show anybody is absolutely crazy. There's a German series called Dark, which is about time travel. Time travel, and I've seen people say it's the closest to the truth as far as portals and timelines. Wow. Yeah, yeah, I believe that is true. And because we talk about Bigfoot and how it was able to go to different dimensions. We talked about interdimensional beings, and that certainly is a possible key to the puzzle piece. Wow, indeed, this is extremely fascinating. I mean, this is lots of a big feast right here. Exactly.
Back in their hands because that's what they were elected to do. And if we care at all about what's left of our Constitution, they deserve to have that in their hands. Aren't we the masters of our destiny in our country? Aren't we supposed to be? Yes, sir. Supposed to be.
Okay, yeah, let's break for a minute. And you have a question? More questions, Jordan?
I want you to do the recording. Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
Do you want a break?
How are you doing? Let's go. Let's go.
All right, good, good. This is more to do with
I hate these lights, but I'm fine.
just a little bit long. You want something new?
I expect, no, that's fine. I expected the largest light I would have would be a CRT. I was comfortable with that, too.
I'm quite interested in if you could describe for me sort of what it was like when you were first introduced to J-Rod. When you actually sort of walked in, presumably that he was in the clean sphere and you were kind of taken into that sort of part of the facility. What was your reaction when you first saw him?
I thought it was an insect.
Sorry,
That's fine.
you lost the line. We'll take a break.
Okay, let's take a break.
Wellington, I went to Dover Grammar School.
All right, some more stuff about Yellow Book. A reportedly small rectangular object that projects 3D holographic images and text is said to respond to the user's thoughts or consciousness, showing them the specific historical future data they are searching for. Allegedly contains the entire history of Ebian civilization and their home star, the Zeta Reticuli. And most critically, the future history of Earth and human race. According to Birch, the book was used to Majestic 12 to understand the convergent timeline paradox. It allowed the leader to see potential outcome of the big attention in 2012 catastrophe and help them navigate them toward a safer timeline. Well, I really like talking about the Ebians because that was the first thing that you mentioned here when you came. And yeah, that is cool that that's all connected with it, and maybe they helped the 2012 line from not becoming catastrophic. That's very cool. This is, I mean, if this was a movie, I'd watch this over any other movie. Okay, this is a better movie than all the other movies that are out or ever came out. I mean, truth is stranger than fiction. I definitely know what it's like. I like fictional movies, but this, like, the truth is even more crazy than fiction. It really is. You could tell it's more authentic because this is not even there's no characters or anything. It's based off of these historical events of future, past, and present. Yeah, according to him, the Ebians are us. Yes, I understand his position, and I know of the this theory about them. And interesting to see different things, and it's based off of what the alien told him what it was, or what he was told by them, or somebody told him what it was. And as I said, it's a very fascinating hypothesis within the alien theory.
We'll take a break. Let's take a break.
Wellington, I went to Dover Grammar School for Boys,
Oh, really?
on the hill over Dover.
4 years, or
Yeah, indeed. We were right above Dover College, and they had all the girls down at Dover College.
Right. Was it a boys' school, I take it?
Yes.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Wellington. We were not allowed to communicate with the females in the village.
We had Grandmaster, Headmaster Coleman.
Oh, right. We called him the master, actually.
Yes.
We called him headmaster there.
Didn't want to call him anything else. He had a cane.
I ran away, actually.
Good man.
Yeah, really. Had enough of that rubbish. Okay, so it's back to that question. Let me just rephrase it for you. Can you describe in detail the first time, what it was like to meet this being for the first time?
My original feeling was I was looking at a giant insect. It's the best I can just off the cuff. It looked like a giant insect, being dark brown, hunched in a corner, very insectoid in appearance. It almost looked like it had an exoskeleton. I felt afraid inside because I was always told that monsters weren't real. And now I find out they are, but they live in the heart of men. It was fear, excitement, complete astonishment, because honestly, I thought we were dealing with some sort of monkey, something like an old world ape or the like, but indeed it wasn't. That's what my feeling was. I'm not going to lay on and talk about how intellectual I was at the time about it. It scared the hell out of me.
What in terms of actually when you first confronted with the idea that it was, a non-human being, an extraterrestrial, something not of this world?
I'm trying to remember what I was feeling when I was looking at the briefing books. Because even when we were first introduced to the J-Rod, they were him-hawing around as to his origin. Poppycock. I didn't believe it initially. I didn't believe it. However, deep inside, I held open the possibility because of what happened to me earlier in my life. I held open the possibility that such things could be true. But wouldn't happen to me. Put it to you that way. It's that old, can't happen to you feeling. So to me, it was poppycock. It was rubbish. Until I found out otherwise.
Before we go on to the next question, can you talk a little bit about the briefing books?
All right, some info on a potential 2012 catastrophe. According to Burrish's testimony, 3 specific things were happening simultaneously that threatened to trigger the timeline. The solar maximum CME activity. The primary concern was massive peak of solar activity claimed that corona mass ejection from the sun were predicted to be unusually violent. Timeline 2, the solar burst would hit Earth's magnetic field with enough force to cause crucial displacement, essentially literal shift of Earth's surface. Galactic alignment. Brush leaned into the now debunked Mayan calendar theory suggesting Earth's sun and center of the Milky Way would align in a way that amplified gravitational energetic forces. He claimed that this alignment acted as a window or a bridge that made Earth's space-time fabric more fragile. Stargate Renaissance. This was... No, not Renaissance. Resonance. this is the most critical part of Burr's theory, that he claimed the U.S. and the other world powers had activated Project Looking Glass devices and man-made Stargate's vortex technology. Danger: the C2 scenario, the higher energy solar particles would intersect with these active man-made wormholes. The interaction would create a feedback loop that would rip the planetary energy grid, leading to tectonic shifts and volcanic eruptions that nearly wiped out humanity in the future and future Greys come from. And Burch claims that because the Majestic 12 and the global elite used Yellow Book, see disaster coming, they took the following steps to ensure we stayed on timeline 1. Equilibrium showdown. All Looking Glass and Time Bridge devices were reportedly dismantled and placed storage before 2012. Seal closure. Natural ports like the one in Abydos Temple were monitored, damped by prevent accidental resuscitance. Because of the technologies were turned off, the solar activity 2012 passed as normal, though active solar cycle. The big attention failed to materialize. Exactly, Moki. That is exactly why they didn't give us the full disclosure, because this stuff would confuse the heck out of people, and the people wouldn't really quite understand. So, yeah, I could see why also.
Sure. They were called King Tuts, and they were basically king. They were all labeled with K's. The ones that I was allowed, they were blue binders. They were all labeled with K's. They had DTIC on the front of them, and I still don't know what DTIC. This is 1987, end of '87, and I still don't know what the letters mean. I haven't done independent searches on the net, or I would be. So if you can tell me, what does DTIC mean? Hey, it's a shot for me to find. You don't know either. They had a white DTIC printed on the front of them. They were marked with several sections, including physiology, general biology, social structure, political structure of the J-rods, their origins, potential implications for interactions with humankind, cross-contamination issues. They were full of as much information that I could take in during the times that they were allowing me to read them. But I still don't know what that damn DIT or DTIC means. Yeah, they were called King Tuts. They were update books. The one person. This is another reason why I didn't figure that, how Stephen, how I could be promoted to a working group leader above Stephen. Of course, I found out, and I told you why.
Right.
At the time, because he kept the updates. He made sure that all of the King Tuts were updated. He did the briefing films that are still resident at Site 4, or at least the last visit. So, the man of that importance, I couldn't figure out why. But again, that's moot now.
What was actually in these briefing documents? Can you explain a little bit of the detail?
Sure. Close-knit, very well-ordered society, one which is numerologically based, one which speaks to others that were called brothers, that I now find out are those who left on a spiritual path to another location, to the famed deviate of Orion, the Epsilon Orionis area. Head-to-toe physiology, including real autopsy photographs, not the Santilli kind, but the real autopsy photographs. I mean, he can't sue me for that, I hope. He won't raise his head probably, but that was disgusting. The Brookings Institute paper was present, as well as several position papers clarifying the Brookings Institute. However, each of these that I was allowed into, they had separate folders and they had separate clips within them inside these three-ring binders. And I was told which numbers I was allowed to open up. And they were given to me on a card, and those are the ones that I was allowed to review during the times that I was allowed to review them. Most of the stuff, I mean, they had everything from military applications, the physics of the craft, and I couldn't have cared less. I was more interested in taking in the biology issues. Just doesn't interest me. Aside from the fact, from the biophysiological interface between the hand, mind, and the craft, because they have on their hands a number of pads, and there are open nerves, which are protected by various glycoproteins.
The future humans supposedly view the 18th. Oh, Moki, what I mean about that is that the gods. No, okay. I believe the mythology is real. I believe it's true. I could call it something else. So I'll redact that and reword what I said because I don't want to cause confusion here. All right. So in the ancient religions of Egypt, and the way their gods were, and they had passageways to other worlds. So it is based off of the ancient religions of that time. My grandma worked at the King Tut Museum exhibit in the city when it came here, by the way. So it's really cool that you're revealing this information about the connection with the aliens, because they had they had the religious rights, etc. back then, and they had temples and stuff. So there you go. Yes, I think it's real. I think they call it a mythology, but I'll call it ancient religions because I don't think they're myths. I think they're all real. I think all that stuff really happened. I think there are gods and those things exist, but they're not maybe what they say they are, but there's something else. But yeah, all that was real because, for instance, Baal, the opponent of God, because they'll always will say that Satan wasn't mentioned in the Old Testament, but he's Baal. It was a horned figure they sacrificed babies to, and he was an opponent to God of the Bible. That's Satan, what we call Satan. It's the same thing. So it's all connected. It's all connected. Right. So, Virgil. Future humans supposedly view the 18th dynasty, which included Tut, as a crucial point in human genetic history. One of the first books I got from the book fair was the King Tut book, all about Egypt. Yes, I'll change it right now. There we go. Here we go. Thank you, Moki. I'm glad that you mentioned that because I know because they'll try to say it's not mentioned, but it is mentioned. Thank you. Yeah. They'll say because they'll say about like Christianity is that like Satan wasn't it was a Christian invention, but it's not. It's like it's in their Old Testament too. Right. And Adam and Eve and the serpent. It's just some of these arguments are silly. Like Isaiah talks about a savior being pierced for iniquities for the errors of humankind, and that's Jesus. But anyway, yeah, very very good, very well done, Moki.
And those glycoproteins are selectively pushed forward or sucked back via capillary action, or they can be through an active fashion pulled back, and it kind of pulls a viscous sheath back and allows the J-rod to have direct interface with the craft. That interested me, although most of it at the time and still some of it now I have no understanding of. A lot of it has to do with electronics that I don't pretend to understand. I was most interested in looking at issues involving their histology, histopathology issues, including some autopsy photographs that showed disease processes which were naturally occurring within them, isolations of viral material, to include the protocols for new protocols which were being written as they're working, which is what we're doing, which is really what we're doing. We're writing new protocols, new procedures as we're working forward. I mean, all of the old standbys are there, everything from electrophoresis to you know what, to anything. But we're writing new protocols as we're going because this is not new territory. This is, pardon the pun, alien territory.
How many beings have we had to work with?
I only met one. I am aware of possibly 3 from the reading. And at that time, again, I was so stunned by what I was doing. A lot of it was getting by me. When I read the word extraterrestrial, I tunnel visioned. And when I finally believed and understood that it was, in fact, an extraterrestrial, numb.
Okay, thank you. Just want to ask you a question about the telepathic communication, the nature of it. What is it actually like to communicate with one of these beings telepathically? And what do you hear something in your head? Do you hear images, see images, or?
I could hear my voice. No, you can hear yourself think.
Sorry, can you look at the bill?
Sorry.
Okay.
Habit, looking at the people that are. I could hear my voice. However, the cadence, the affect was something that distinguished it other than me. It was no great booming voice from the heavens or anything like that, and I'm glad I do not have a proclivity to hear voices in my head, and have heard none since. But people could probably challenge that. But I could tell that it was somebody other than me, and I could tell because I felt drawn toward the subject that was sending the communication. When the J-Rod spoke with me, prior to the bombardment of the images, it was something that was part of me, but not part of me. I actually felt non-resident for a moment. It was almost an OBE type feeling. And then I could feel myself pull back and experience the sound. It was physical. It was more real than touching an object. And that's the only real time that I felt anything, more physical than physical.
Is there a sort of conveyance of emotion during these communications?
100% emotion. If he was upset, I could feel his pain. It got to the point where, as I was doing the needle introductions, I could feel what he was feeling. So as I would inject the needle under the integument and find my proper location prior to removing the sample, I could feel the needle entering him. So I could feel his feelings.
Were you aware of Bob Lazar or anything when you were there being invited?
I saw a guy out on the MAC outside of the Galileo, the 4-1 area. He was barefoot. And he was just standing, staring off in the distance. This is as we were coming in on the helo. And they keep you within a very confined walking area. This is before they started taking the buses. We were choppered in. When I saw him subsequent to that, when he did the famous nap videos, could have been. It could have been. And this was early on. This was. I can't prove it. Okay, and I could not positively identify that being Bob. I am aware of his name being mentioned up there, and it was associated with the term bottle washer, which means an engineer, but not a working group leader or anything of the kind. They would have said a DIR or a for director or a geek. I was called a geek, but his name was mentioned. I heard the name Lazar. I didn't hear Bob. I heard Lazar, and it was not Laser. It was definitely Lazar that I heard. But I never had interaction with him or, in fact, anyone else from Galileo, Sidekick, or Avionics.
How successful were you in assisting this being medically?
Temporary assistance, temporary relief of pain, temporary meaning weeks, temporary adjustment of muscle tone, and then flat out nothing. He got worse. The exacerbation, it got out of control again on him. Since then, there have been, and I'm not certain if he's resident there or not now, there has been a progress, we'll just say progress, involving what I was yammering on earlier about the Charcot-Marie tooth disease, the CMT1A. Their DNA is triplets. And it's not triplets in the way that you would think of a number 3 helix wrapping around the major groove between the 1 and 2 Watson Cricks, the duplex DNA. Their DNA is triplets to the extent that there are what we nicknamed hangers. They look like they're rosettes. The DNAs look like rosettes. They're triplets and then they're braided. It's a supercoiled DNA situation. And we had difficulty even doing anything, let alone anything like a single step markers or anything like that. We had difficulty even sequencing the DNA. Our long interspersed elements are genes which have been shut off, that when combined with the appropriate Hoogsteen base pair milieu, produce a different being, what we were before they made a mistake, a grave mistake.
That leads us to our next question, doesn't it? Where they're from and
What we can do the treaty.
They're from here.
the treaty thing,
Oh,
Yeah, you sort of mentioned this exchange. There was an exchange going.
there's been exchanges going on for since 19. They spoke with us in 41.
What's the nature of this exchange?
They wish to find a resolution to the broken resonance between they and the other half of they, the so-called Orions and the Reticulans. They also wish to, for fear of extinction, have a relief of the paraprotein-related problem. And speaking about that just for a moment, we found out that some of the disease process under which they're fighting is a PNA It's a peptide nucleic acid. I don't know if you're, well, a protein-associated background nucleic acid. And that protein-associated background is a prion, which goes to one of the things that they wanted me to do at Sweetness. Very dangerous, very dangerous. But the exchange process is to solve the problem to prevent what went wrong in 2012. And the rogue, if you will, group of the J-Rods are not cooperating with that. But a deal has been brokered for the T9 treaty to be held in abeyance until 2005. When that treaty is upped in 2005, once they receive what they've asked for, and they should be receiving a little more, and I've already mentioned some of that material that they're not aware of yet, the PNA material and some of the things that we can do with the oligonucleotides to possibly help facilitate their problems. But once that's upped, they are supposed to come under the auspices of the general agreement between the Committee of the Majority and their respective societies. If so, nothing will get turned on aside from what nature and God is providing us in 2012, and we won't separate. However, they will remain as they are, their future selves as well. They will remain as they are, and we will remain as we are. We can't go back. That's just something that's impossible as far as what they can tell, meaning what the looking glass people and the people that are overseeing the STAR issue, Starflower and the ERBs and all of that, the Einstein-Rosen bridges.
Can you explain what the fuck you're talking about?
Somewhat.
I kind of get it because I've been watching the tapes and stuff, but it's so compacted. What you just said is so compacted in your own.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I'm just saying, let's stretch it out a little bit. We might want to begin by being specific. It sounded like you were talking more about what they were going to get in this exchange, and we're kind of curious as to what are we going to get in this exchange?
Well, we're going to get not wiped out.
Okay, what's the problem we're trying to solve vis-a-vis getting wiped out?
The biggest problem is to make sure that I'm supposed to look at you.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
The biggest problem is to make sure that there are no human-created ERB
Stargates?
machines.
Machines?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds science fiction-ish,
I know.
okay, and it's hokey sounding, okay? To make sure that there are none of them in existence which can automatically turn on when the next age begins on December 21st, 2012. We are apparently going to cross over the plane of the galaxy, which there is a dense network of wormholes. There is supposed to be some sort of enlightenment, whether or not that's the Christ event, or whether that's a burp on a Sunday morning. I don't know what that's going to be. I'm not enough.
Yeah, exactly, Eugene. And Mohi, yeah, I knew about the 2012 movie, and there was going to be a 2012 catastrophe. We were like, when I was in school, and everybody was like waiting for something to happen. I heard a blast from the sky, like a horn, but that was it. So yeah, I didn't think anything was going to happen, but we were just kind of like waiting to see what was going to be. So yeah, you didn't even know the world was about to end. Scared. UFO Narratives 1941 is most famous for the Cape Grenadu incident in Missouri, which cited by some researchers as a bombshell before Roswell. While not diplomatic, conversion in 1941 involved purported encounter with extraterrestrial beings after the crash. Whistleblowers often claim 1941 crash was the event that first alerted the U.S. government that the reality of non-human intelligence predating 1947 Roswell incident by 6 years. Yeah, scared.
Enough of a scholar that area to figure that out, to know. I, I do know that failure would result in too much energy being directed at our planet from our star. And hence my interest in looking at the pretty pictures about the sun, the corona of the sun. It's the pace at which these unusual forms are being produced is increasing.
Are we entering an area as we approach this equatorial plane of the galaxy? Okay. Are we entering an area where there is a greater concentration of dust that can
So I've heard.
surround the sun?
So I've heard.
Okay. I have been reading about this, and this is similar to a situation that happens with a classification of star called T-Tauri stars, where there's a lot of dust gathered around, and what happens is that the star, the sun in this particular case, increases its radiation in the infrared and the hard X-ray areas, and there's greater solar flare activity. And in the past, evidently, if we're to believe the mythologies, there was conflagration on our planet.
Mm-hmm.
So would we be in danger of a heat and conflagration?
You know what, Moki? That would explain the Mandela effect. In the beginning of this channel, we talked about the Mandela effect, and it looks like that may be a reason for it. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I was getting worried there for a second when she said we already done through some timeline manipulation. It almost seemed like the timeline manipulation was manipulating chat. All right, so thank you for clarifying, Moki, about it was gone, not done. Okay. All right. Darnardo correct. So I think, yeah, that would explain the Mandela effect, why things aren't really the way they are in our timeline. That would be an answer to that question of why that happened. All right, continuing.
That would make sense, and that sets well with what I heard, yes.
Okay.
That is what we're in danger of, that, as well as a large electromagnetic burst from the sun, which will upset our electromagnetic, our poles.
Right. Now, what they're calling ERBs, okay, now called wormholes. We'll talk about the wormholes. You're talking about we're talking about natural, there's a number of natural occurring wormholes.
There are a number of nodes on the planet, from what I'm understanding, that naturally are sensitive electromagnetically. I don't know. Okay, they're naturally sensitive to the space through which we pass.
Okay.
These nodes activate spontaneously when we pass through them, or can be struck with electromagnetism and be temporarily opened.
And what happens if we use a machine to open an artificial wormhole?
Well, it's two different
this-
things.
Okay.
One, they're trying to put, well, they have been putting, in fact, Saddam did put two of them together in Iraq, which conformed to.
Yeah, Moki, he does give, Zero gives us the information, the news updates on the solar flares. Yeah. Recently, there were some big ones that, past month or so that hit our planet. And he was telling us about it. And that's where all those solar lights are coming from. The northern lights. Yeah, that's true. Because that's on the show, we talked about that before with him. It could knock out an entire power grid if it hit it a certain way, or it can do all kinds of stuff. It could knock out radio waves, etc.
to the ancient cylinder seals, which are now missing from the library or the museum in Baghdad. Obviously, somebody looted them. But they went to Tinian Island, by the way. That's where they went first. After that, I've got no clue. But they were looted by the best. Put it to you this way.
Now, haven't you been investigating a site where there is a natural
Indeed, Frenchman Mountain.
Frenchman Mountain, and your work continues on Frenchman Mountain?
Yes, it does. Yes,
Okay.
it does. Our remote viewing unit first brought the notion that this could be a wormhole situation. Yes, we've employed remote viewers for it. Since then, there have been occurrences at the mountain that are far and afield from the research that I would be doing for the Lotus. There's two separate things, just absolutely two separate things. I originally went there with a team to do an endosymbiotic research program. I was trying to nail down, you read Lynn Margulis's book about the Acarian mastodon. I was trying to nail down information about that, and also I had presumed that we were from.
He suggested that the soul is a form of energy that exists outside the linear time, and when perceived in afterlife or heaven is actually a soul re-entering a multi-dimensional state. Yeah, he explains things in like scientific physics way of explaining things. Oh, okay, Mermaid, thank you for listening. As brings whoever observed or influenced by extraterrestrials to guide humanity's spiritual evolution. Interesting. Yellow Book contained records of human history that identified major religious figures such as Jesus. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I like this is a fascinating point of view that he has, and it seems very scientifically based over other ways of viewing it. So yeah, thank you for information. Let's see. Through his telepathic bond with the entity Chai Ella, Brush claims to feel an entity's spiritual sensations, which he described as a state of profound connection to universal intelligence rather than localized heaven. Ah, okay. Okay. That is very fascinating. I mean, whatever is or isn't, or what this time traveler really was or wasn't, it had some interest. It has a unique perspective on these concepts a lot of people wouldn't understand, where people don't have answers, but those are some answers to some questions that people usually don't have to. And all this is very abstract, and imagine how complex God is. That's why people don't always understand these things, because our human minds don't always understand these very higher level ways of thinking. It's very complicated.
From panspermia. So I was looking for an artifact. I was looking for an artifact that might interact selectively with ourselves, and fell into the issue involving the Ganesh particle, etc. But we had a flare that passed across the surface of some algae during a test. And we just found out, by the way, that flare, and it's included in the report, that flare is associated to the speed that a Ganesh particle passes. So it was a Ganesh particle. It was actually overly flaring on us that day. But it was on the May 31st visit of 2001 to Frenchman's Mountain.
Okay.
Frenchman's Mountain. If you have access to more reports than I'm aware of, anyway. I don't remember the report number, but...
Can you articulate for us a little bit more in specific detail about the relationship between future and present for these beings?
We're in a chimera.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Mm-hmm.
Just the basics.
what we see, for instance, I mentioned earlier ruins on the moon and Mars. And you're aware I was involved in, probably you're aware that I was involved in Inca City research, so-called Inca City. That's because the J-Rod showed me that as an image, but didn't show me that as an image of a dead city, showed me that as the image of a future city, a living, breathing society, post-damage here, post-catastrophe. We are literally looking at things that are present, but according to a linear timeline haven't been built yet. Now, if that isn't confusing, say you want me to explain what the hell I was talking about, if that is not confusing, it confuses me.
You're the best guy for the job right now. Tell us.
Look with the lights. According to the doctrine of the convergent timeline paradox, the J-rods to solve their paraprotein.
Oh, absolutely. They had their theories that their civilizations on Mars and also something on the moon. So I wouldn't be surprised about that either. All right, Dan Burrish narrative: the ruins on the moon, and Mars are viewed as instruments of a future humanity's past previous extraterrestrial interventions. Ah, oh, okay, interesting. And that would make sense where it's other landmarks of the aliens from a different time period. Right. Yeah, very, very cool.
Problem. Used these ERBs to go back in time. And some of them were worshipped. They were treated as gods, and temples were built for them, and et cetera, et cetera. The so-called Nubis Ra, that sort of business again. I'm not, this is getting science fiction-y because it sounds like poppycock. But this is what I got in exchange for the information that he gave me, so what the hell. Literally, there are 2 or more concurrent timelines that we're living in. 2 separate existences. And what that means exactly, that's what I read. What that means exactly, I'm not sure. I'm intellectually limited in that area. I got a B in philosophy, but I'm intellectually limited in that area. And I don't want to present something that I don't know is fact either. That would be not right. But to solve their problem, they messed around with us even earlier than earlier when they had been treated as gods. They went back, treated as gods, went back before. In other words, they could apparently select the timeline. How they do that, again, no clue. They manipulated our original DNA and removed a single strand from us. This made us able to mate with another experiment which was underway at the time called Neanderthalensis. And yes, I know there is no genetic evidence concerning the mating between the Neanderthals and the other brand, if you will, of our kind. That's because all of the genes have been turned off. Any of the unusual mating sequences aside from retroviruses that tagged along were turned off as part of our long intermittent sequences. They're part of the great repeats. And in fact, the Neanderthals, take a look at the number of long interspersing elements that they have in their genome, and that will bear out what I'm saying.
I think there's a new article in the new scientific, special edition, Scientific American by a woman anthropologist who says, edition
About Neanderthalensis. And yes, I know there is no genetic evidence concerning the mating between the Neanderthals and the other brand, if you will, of our kind. That's because all of the genes have been turned off. Any of the unusual mating sequences aside from retroviruses that tagged along were turned off as part of our long intermittent sequences. They're part of the great repeats. And in fact, the Neanderthals, take a look at the number of long interspersing elements that they have in their genome, and that will bear out what I'm saying.
I think there's a new article in the new scientific, special edition, Scientific American by a woman anthropologist who says her research shows that Homo sapiens did mate with Homo neanderthalis at some time.
Okay.
So, I mean, whatever research she wrote about seems to bear out what you're saying.
Well, it has been believed that the crossbreeding mismatched our chemical and our structural architecture neurophysiologically, and that was one of the primary promoters for the problem that the J-rods now suffer. That
Yes. But I had mine security present in case
right.
it wasn't.
We're kind of wrapping up, and we're kind of in the middle of trying to have the opportunity, it's a good opportunity to talk about this time loop. And you were talking about going two different points of going back in the past, one and then one earlier. And what we haven't gotten to yet, though, is sort of a general description of what we're talking about here, in general terms.
What the doctrine is.
Right. This is ostensibly for the public.
It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. If you kill your grandfather, do you cease to exist? Now, Michio Kaku, from what I can glean from his work, would say no. Would say no. It would cause two separate universes, two separate time streams. But in accordance with the doctrine that I read, his theory doesn't take into account that those two time streams could occur simultaneously. That the reality could be mixed, which is why there are so many confusing data sets involving everything from fossil finds to strata. Why there are so many conundrums involving the speed of planetary formation. There was a recent thing out that I had read about a planet being formed in a very short period of time, much shorter than what they had accounted for the accretion theory. And the way that it came through to me was it was a Keystone DCTP flyer, because I'm in on some of the loop, no pun intended, that these things are happening simultaneously. That a planet can form at one rate and the reality can mix such that we can perceive it having formed at a separate rate. And go back and look at it another time and have another perception, because the realities are actually mixed.
And they're also now saying that the Earth appears to be older than they thought it was.
Mm-hmm. And its age, I have no clue. One would have to ask the Almighty.
You could look at something, are you saying that you could look at something one day and measure it, and look at it the next day, and the measurements can be different because a different timeline is then come into play.
Yeah. And biologists, chemists, well, natural philosophers call that error. And if something falls outside of their acceptable range of error, they call it non-written, because they would call it non-publicized, and then they wouldn't get their funding. That's the nature of the big business of science. I mean, ask a guy associated with my mentor at SUNY. His name was Carl, and he had a little problem in Louisiana, we'll say that. He jumped ship, and he wanted to measure some things having to do with free radicals. And this will give you an idea what happens if you piss the wrong people off, or you don't get enough funding. He had funding 10 days prior to, he had lost his extramural funding, and he had funding 10 days prior to his separation. They separated him anyway. If you don't show the progressive upkeep of the funding, you're not there anymore. And it goes much deeper and much wider than publish or perish.
So again, in terms of a clear explanation, what is it we're trying to, in the treaty that we have, what is it we're trying to work with, or they're trying to work with us to?
100% cooperation, 100% cooperation in getting rid of the ERBs in exchange for 100% cooperation to solve their physical problem and to attempt their rejoining. And that's a big word, big pool at the end that I just said right there. Where that will go, I'm not sure. However, the project under which I'm working right now may help some. May help some. It's a electrophysiological resonance which is present around, in, and through our DNA, which it is believed by some of the more esoteric people to come via the supernal triad, the divine Sephira, the tree of life, which holds us together as intellectual and emotional beings. It is that dualism that keeps us in sync with the universe.
Could you say a little bit about your sort of current conditions and where you're working now? Anything like that, sort of what's going on with you at the moment, work-wise?
Well, as in environmental, my environment, I am in an environment of I'm not going to get personal with the issues here. I'm in an apartment environment. There are children around me, which is wonderful. I direct the project from that location. Do some minor microscopy work from there. Nothing of a hazardous nature, any more than dust would be hazardous to you. In times of need, I'm transferred to various facilities, not worldwide, but nationwide, and work within those facilities under whatever the protocols that we need to complete. Those facilities are as wide-ranging as Dulce, the Shady Rest, Site 4, the Groom Lake facility, Brookhaven, the Los Alamos area, the T5 section proper, and recently in this little event in Alamo Canyon. So I had to show, as well as give testimony, I had to show some evidence when I was there to a mirror. They were sitting on the other side of the mirror, so I hear. As God is my witness, there maybe wasn't anybody on the other side of that damn mirror. But they told me they were.
Demonstrate results.
Demonstrate data, yes. Show data sets relative, Project Lotus, and the 3 portions of it which are simultaneously underway.
So you've been involved in this exclusively for 20 years, 15 years?
Since '86. Well, I played with local jobs around town.
Right.
You had an environmental company, right? Kane Environmental?
Yeah, that's when I was carrying the name Crane.
But you're pretty much exclusively engaged in a project which is fundamentally tied to the future of our species.
It is. It is, fundamentally. This project, without getting too deep into it, I've been accused of rambling by people before about it, but without getting too deep into it, this project is an all-encompassing attempt to grab for the brass ring and making sure that that brass ring is not the fruit of the tree of life. I'll grab just until we get to that point, but aside from that, I'm not going to try to barge my way into past the east gate of Eden. The people who do that get hurt, at least so I've heard.
And you're bridging what we have traditionally called physics and metaphysics, it sounds like, into one continuum. Because some of the things you're talking about are what are tied to what
Well, indeed.
physics refers to.
Indeed. And not even just pop metaphysics, but the ancient esoteric sciences. For millennia, we've conceived of the supernatural and that supernatural's interaction with humankind. What we are seeing in this project is that it's not so much supernatural, it's natural, and it's been there with us all along, and we just haven't taken the time to look. In fact, our procedures have been mutually exclusive. Laboratory procedures have been mutually exclusive to find what we found. They would destroy or mask over the process that we're now beholding. These particles have the ability, in essence, to bend light. And in the report, you'll see a series of images that show clearly where the particle is changing into the shape of a yeast cell, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It's masking. Closer it gets to it, the more it masks. So if it passes by it, it looks like it. And then when it gets within close proximity, the wolf in sheep's clothing steps out and it does its business. Meanwhile, the average investigator, biological investigator, has ceased looking because the protocol has moved on. He or she has scanned a slide and has seen 2 eukaryotic cells and has moved on.
One last question for you, then I'll be real wrap. Gives you time to relax and get better.
That means the lights go off.
Tell me exactly in your own mind how you want to get out. How do you want to see it go down? Tell Bill. How do you want
Well, first of all, that's a deep question because I don't know where this is, how this arrangement was made today.
Neither do I.
So getting out is a loaded term right now. I don't know where it's going to go. But what I do foresee is if that same elected government is interested in the information, I do see myself providing that to my elected government as I've been sworn to do so. Now, whether or not I'm prevented from doing so, we'll find out. Again, we all have to go sometime. But I see that as the logical step, because once the information is presented to the elected government, and once I am no longer officially held, and it's not just the information involving the Lotus, there are military applications associated with it as well, biological applications. Once that information is no longer a constraining factor, freedom. Whether or not I'm yelling it on the chopping block, I don't know.
Do you know,
But freedom nonetheless.
do you know who specifically you think you should be talking to?
No. No. I would think that, oh God, I wouldn't know which Senate or congressional committee would need to bring me under their authority. I don't know which one. There's got to be one with the right name on it. And once that's done, under the appropriate circumstances, I will tell them everything that I know. So help me God.
Maybe we can help you find out who that is.
Let's wrap.
Yes, Moki, that was an excellent one that we watched. That answered so many hypothetical questions. I'm glad that y'all liked it too, Moki, Eugene. Well, I'm glad that y'all liked it. Y'all gave great commentary about it, by the way. Excellent. Yeah, Moki was just talking about the reputations. It's hard to know what the truth is. It's just we never know who's doing what. And also, Duke, just always trust your instincts about what you think is right. Yeah. Well done. All right. All right. So at this point in time, yes, I'll be signing off, and we will go down more rabbit holes tomorrow. All right. Moki, thank you so much for this find. It was one of the greatest finds that in a long time, and it answered a lot of questions, and it was very interesting, entertaining too. Yeah, I really liked that guy. He did well. All right, and let's see anything else. Seeing if chat says anything else. Let's see. Yeah, so I thought that it was really cool how talking about the incident from 2012 and our guess. Because back in 2012 there was this thing about the apocalypse happening, and now it's, been resolved pretty much. All right. Okay, Moki. Good night to you, and peace to everybody else in chat. And see you all in the next one. And thank you all for coming.